Good evening, everyone. In case you're not familiar with our process and you can't tell by the people lined up at the podium, that's where you sign up to speak. So if you're interested in speaking before we start the meeting in a minute or two, please sign up at the podium. There's two lists. One is for people who haven't spoken yet in a public hearing on this topic. So as you know, we opened the public hearing in June and we held it again in July. So if you spoke at either of those times, we're going to ask you to wait until people who haven't spoken yet have a chance. And then we're going to open it wide open, and I'll take people in order. So two separate lists. Okay, everybody, we have a quorum of the Zoning and Planning Committee, so I'm going to begin the meeting with our usual introductions. After I do that, the Planning Department will have a very brief presentation. They are only going to address the ways in which the version 3 is different from version 4. In other words, the amendments that were adopted in, not really adopted, straw voted by the committee in August and September. Then we're going to open it up for the public hearing. So I'm Deb Crossley, chair of the Zoning and Planning Committee and at-large counselor from Ward 5. I'm joined at the beginning of the meeting by Vice Chair Vicki Danberg, at large from Ward 6, Councillor Allison Leary, at large from Ward 1, President Susan Albright, at large from Ward 2, Pam Wright, Councillor Pam Wright, at large from Ward 3, and Councillor Ryan, Holly Ryan, Ward Councillor from Ward 8, and coming in just in time, Josh Krinsman, at large from Ward 4. I'll say at the beginning, we know that Councillor Baker is joining us after he finishes teaching this evening. He'll be a little bit late. We are also joined by Councillors Oliver, Lucas, Markowitz, and Gentile in the room. Okay, this is the challenge of doing a hybrid meeting. And we have Councilors Kalis and Noel so far online. In addition, we are joined, as usual, by the Planning Board, Mr. Kelly Brown. Would you please introduce your committee?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Committee, I'm joined tonight by Barney Heath, Jennifer Malinsky, Lee Breckenridge, Amy Dane, and Peter Doringer. We may have one other member, Kevin McCormick, online, but I haven't seen him yet, so thank you.
Right, that's great, thanks so much. And planning staff who are here, again, Director Barney Heath is with us tonight, as is Associate Director Jen Kyra, and Chief of Long Range Planning, Zachary Lamel. I'll read the items into the record, and then I'm going to ask planning to give us that short presentation. Item 38-22 is request for discussion and amendments to the zoning ordinance and zoning map regarding village center districts. I'll spare you reading the entirety. And 39-22 which is just a discussion item, but we always take up simultaneously because we always refer to the MBTA Communities Act, is requesting a discussion on state guidance for implementing the Housing Choice Bill. So I will read or talk about the rules of the road for the public hearing and testimony once the presentation is completed. Are you coming up here? Okay.
As the presentation's coming up, hello everyone. It's really great to be back here in the chamber with the continued public hearing that started back in June for the Village Center zoning proposal, also known as the VCOD, which I will be saying a few times tonight. Next slide. Tonight, as the chair mentioned, this is really about hearing from all of you. But given that this has been going on for a couple years now, we just want to give a brief overview of what this work is trying to achieve. Again, we want to highlight the key updates for this latest version, which is version 3.0, and we want to explain how, as a proposal, it is a pathway to coming into compliance with state law, the MBTA Communities Act. Next slide. This intensive effort to update Newton's zoning for village centers, it's building upon the very things, the many strengths that these centers have. It's that they are centers for commerce, they're places of gathering, they're places where we seek out entertainment, and we access transit. And to ensure that our village centers are going to continue to thrive well into the future, we need new zoning that is going to drive new investment and bring more people to live in and around them. Well, next slide, please. So while our village centers have many strengths, there is a lot going for them. They also face a variety of challenges. And these come in a variety of forms, one of them being housing. Newton's village centers lack housing options of different sizes, different price points, different accessibilities. And this really runs the gamut for all Newton residents that are here now and potential future residents, whether they're aging seniors looking to downsize, young families looking to take root, or students returning from college looking to live here, potentially work here, or work in Boston as well. There's also issues when it comes to traffic and how we can address climate change. If and when new buildings are developed, they will be fossil fuel free. They will be energy efficient. And when we locate these new buildings within village centers, in places that have access to transit, access to city services, access to amenities, it means that the people that are living there don't need to jump into their car for any little thing. The next thing is about making sure the businesses succeed. Those are existing businesses as well as new businesses. We know that there are a lot of struggles when it comes to owning and operating a business. You're competing with online retail. You're struggling with high cost of materials and goods. You're struggling to find employees. Development and redevelopment in village centers means that there's going to be more people within and around those village centers to frequent those businesses. It also means that there's going to be more spaces available, and that's more spaces for existing businesses that are growing and succeeding to evolve if they need to, as well as new opportunities for businesses that aren't here yet to locate here. And finally, we know that village centers are really hearts of the Newton community, right? They're spaces where we gather, and we need to make sure that they continue to be that way. New development can be leveraged to invest in existing open spaces and gathering spaces, as well as creating new ones. We've seen this with the Austin Street Plaza. These are spaces where we meet and gather with our friends and family. These are spaces where we take in a public artwork or music, or we attend or host a community event. Next slide. And I am a zoning person. I wish zoning alone could solve all of these issues. However, of course, I know that it cannot. But thoughtful zoning like the VCOD is critical and can be very, very helpful. It's the set of rules that is going to guide future development. And the VCOD is what we need to achieve the community vision, which you can see kind of pictured here. And it's something we heard over and over again throughout this multi-year engagement process. Next slide. So I'm going to quickly go into the zoning proposal itself just at a high level, because I know we've been talking about this a lot, and then go into the specifics that are changes to the latest version 3.0. Next slide. So the proposed zoning is really meant to be simpler and more predictable than our current rules. Within the proposal, there's 3 design districts. Each one has a maximum allowed building size. We would also refer to this as the footprint, an overall maximum height, which the Zoning and Planning Committee reduced the overall heights in this latest go-around, and required roof shape, so either a flat roof or a pitched roof. All of these things and more have really been calibrated through multi-years of work with the City Council, through the planning staff, and working with our consultants, and then they are applied uniquely to each village center. The village center zoning is an overlay district. That means as a property owner, you can choose whether to develop under the existing underlying zoning or the overlay zoning, which is the VCOD. By opting into the overlay district, it means that more development is allowed. However, when you get more development, it comes with more strict rules, more strict design standards and guidelines that have to be followed. And just as a few examples here, in the core of the village centers, what this means is that a new development would have wider sidewalks, it would have ground floor retail or active uses like shops and restaurants. Those storefronts would have to be transparent and open and inviting. And as well as if parking is provided, it needs to either be within or behind the building and screened. So easily accessible, but again, kind of hidden from sight. Next slide. And I think a question that we always get is, where does this proposal sit within Newton's historical development pattern, Newton's historical zoning allowances? And I think what I like to think about, or what I like to say in these situations is, just go walk around. Just go into any village center, go look at some historic photos of village centers, and you're gonna see that there are plenty of buildings that fit right in with all of these types of sizes and shapes that we're talking about. And that's because these buildings either predate Newton's zoning ordinance from the 1920s, it's just the first zoning ordinance, or, next slide, as this table shows, historic zoning allowed up to 6-story buildings. It wasn't until 1987 that within these business zones and within these transition zones immediately adjacent was the development significantly reduced to only allow 2 stories. And this has resulted in the need to request a rezoning or special permits for any new development. Next slide. So the latest zoning map, version 3.0, as you can see, it's proposed in multiple village centers throughout the city. It comes into just covering about 3% of the entire city's land area. So it is confined, it is condensed. The Village Center 3 zone, VC3, is shown in red. It allows for 4.5-story buildings, and it's really within the core of each village centers, and in some cases, not at all, like 4 corners. The Village Center 2, VC2, shown in blue, similar but a smaller building mass and only allows up to 3.5 stories. And the multi-residence transit, MRT, which is shown in green, it's really the transition area between the commercial cores to the surrounding neighborhoods. This allows for 2.5-story buildings with a very small footprint, really keeping in scale and in line with what exists today, but up to 4 units within those new buildings. Or existing homes can add an addition and allow up to 6 units in this building. And this is really meant to incentivize the preservation of existing buildings. To make sure that within these neighborhoods, as you transition, that we see some new development and we see the reuse of existing homes. Next slide. So with the overview of what the proposal is and a kind of look at the zoning map, I'm going to dive into some of the changes that have been made by the City Council Zoning and Planning Committee over the last few months. And these can be summed up kind of in 2 ways. The first is the amendments that were voted on really increase protections for the residential neighborhoods that are adjacent to these village centers. I'm going to go quickly into some specifics, one of them being the removal of the affordable housing bonus, option 2. This would have allowed up to 6.5-story buildings in select locations. This has been fully removed. Next slide. Buildings that would develop that are next to the village centers have greater side and rear setbacks. They went from 15 feet to 20 feet, so you're going to see more separation if new development occurs. Next slide.
Recording in progress.
If I must. New TV will happen. Next slide. In addition to the overall maximum heights that were allowed being reduced, the maximum floors, or the top floor, which has to be set back or pitched, it needs to be further set back from the streets, from 7 feet to 10 feet. And this is going to mitigate the overall impact and mitigate the overall size and feel of the building. Next slide. And the second piece here is that in those transition zones, the MRT zone, the ZAP committee voted on changes that is going to lead to more open space. There is, first and foremost, just a minimum amount of open space, 35% required. Next slide. They also increased the front and side setbacks. So overall, a maximum building footprint and this open space requirement and the setbacks is going to mean within those transition zones, you're going to see more open space. Next slide. Now diving into some of the changes in the map itself, there's really two key things that happened here. The first being the elimination of the VC1, the Village Center 1 district. This is shown here on the left in purple. It's only along Route 9, and you can see in the new maps, this has either been fully removed, so the lots have either been fully removed from the proposal, or they were made into MRT. Next slide. And then the second piece when it comes to the maps is that the Zoning and Planning Committee really didn't add any new parcels. In fact, they took away parcels, about 200 of them in total. You can see that in the example in West Newton, like along Border Street, and then in Newton Corner, like in many other village centers, the tendency was to take properties that were in the VC3 or VC2 and make them VC2 or MRT, so taking them down, I would say. And so with that, I'm going to turn over to my colleague, Jen Kyra, to wrap up the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. So this effort began over 2.5 years ago for all the reasons we just highlighted. And this is about what is best for Newton and best for the long-term health of village centers. While this was underway, the state passed the MBTA Communities Law to address the high cost of housing across the Commonwealth. Next slide. The law mandates that 177 communities that are served by the T, such as Newton, adopt zoning that allows for multifamily housing to be built by right near transit. In Newton, the state requires us to adopt compliant zoning by the end of the year, and the zoning has to allow for at least 8,330 units near transit stations. This is not a mandate to build housing, only to ensure the zoning allows for it. This number may seem high. The state's model does not take into account what's existing, so this is not above and beyond any existing housing in those areas. It also, the calculation assumes a blank slate, that everything gets torn down and maxed out with as much housing as possible, and not a single parking space is provided on site. And we know these things are unlikely to happen. The need for housing is great. However, we also know development happens gradually, even under the best economic conditions. And some sites may never see redevelopment for any number of reasons. They could be a site of recent development. They could have buildings that already exceed what we're allowing. They could have historic designations, long-term leases, and owners that just lack interest in redevelopment. Next slide. Version 2.0 of the Village Center zoning had an MBTA district zoning capacity of about 10,000 units. In version 3.0, that capacity has been reduced to about 7,300 due to the counselors removing some areas from the district or downzoning, as Zach mentioned, from, say, VC3 to VC2. Version 3.0 complies with all of the other requirements, the overall average density, the land area, the contiguous area of the district, but does not meet the minimum requirement of 8,330 units on its own. Next slide. The good news is just last month, the state updated the rules. So the new rules that were just issued August 17th allow communities to count a portion of areas where mixed use is required. So both version 2.0 and version 3.0 had areas that required ground floor commercial uses. So you had to have the shops and the restaurants along the ground floor because it was determined that was really critical for the vitality of the village, is to keep that ground floor active uses, but then you could build housing above. The state rules at the time did not allow us to count that. So those units have been there, they were always there, but they were not included in our calculation. So they would have been above and beyond that 10,000 number. Now we can count a portion of them. So for Newton, it's up to about 2,000 units can be included, pending further review and approval from the state on the locations of those mixed-use districts. So good news is that brings us with version 3.0 to about 9,300 units, which would fully comply with the state law. Next slide. Next slide. So to wrap up, it's been, as Zach mentioned, almost 4 decades since the last major rezoning for village centers, and that was to really reduce the ability to build housing in our village centers. This is the time to really invest in the future of village centers, to ensure that they stay vibrant and they don't become stagnant. This means providing more housing opportunities, allowing more people to live near and above businesses, reducing red tape for new businesses, and this can be done in a way that increases tax revenue and limits the impact on city services. Next slide. Oh, sorry. Just went through that, sorry. The next one. Looking ahead, after tonight's hearing, there'll be some final refinement of the proposal and ultimately a vote by the City Council. Our deadline for adopting zoning that complies with the MBTA Communities Law is December 31st of this year. Next slide. And for more information, including all of the drafts, the previous drafts, as well as version 3.0 and maps, redline versions, information sheets, you can visit our website here at newtonma.gov/zoning-redesign/VC. I'll hand it back to Chair Crossley now. Thank you.
Thank you, folks. Okay, so we're really here tonight to hear from all of you. That's going to take us perhaps until the wee hours of, not the morning, but I hope, but late hours of the evening. First of all, could everyone in the room who intends to speak tonight, please raise your hand. Okay. I can't count that fast, but that looks like about 40 people or so. And have you all signed up at the podium? Anyone who hasn't signed up at the podium, please, you might need to walk around. You have to go the other way, I think, because you won't, yeah, sorry about that. So remember, if you change your mind and you want to speak, the way to do it is to sign up at the podium, because we will take people in order. I have one sheet up front, but I'll be needing to go and ask the clerk to collect the remaining sheets. There are 2 sheets up there, so if you have not spoken yet at one of these hearings, again, please sign up on the sheet that says that you haven't spoke. This is your first time speaking. You haven't spoke. You haven't spoken yet. This is your first time speaking at this public hearing on this subject, which opened in June. If you have, we're still going to hear from you. Actually, how many people have not spoken yet in the audience? I'm curious. Okay, we're going to be here a little while. All right, so, and as I did last time and the time before, I'm going to take about a dozen people from the room first, and then I'm going to go online and take about a dozen people from online, and then I'm going to come back in the room and so forth until we're done. We had a conversation with staff, and we said we thought we would just stay here as late as we need to. If it gets ridiculous, you might tell us, and we might have to make another plan. But folks are coming out tonight. We feel like a lot of them are home. We want to hear what you have to say, and we want to be able to incorporate what you have to say in the month of October, where we will meet twice. I'm going to say we're probably going to need 3 meetings in October to make sure we can move this forward to full council, who will need to continue the debate, deliberating the item. Jacqueline, can you tell me approximately how many people online are wanting to speak? I see they all already have their hands up. 27 people with hands up online. Okay, not so bad. And now, are more people adding their hands now that I said that? Okay, give me another count in a few minutes. Okay, as we have been doing in this public hearing, each person gets 3 minutes to speak. The clerk has you on a timer. The timer is visible on the screen, so you can see it as well as we can see it. For everybody's sake, please keep to the time. And boy, are we happy if you don't need that whole 3 minutes and can go on to the next person. So as I said last time, I'm going to have to repeat this again. The open meeting law has gotten more and more stringent, and we can't have a conversation with you as you're at the podium. So if you ask us a question and I don't respond, it's because I can't, and so I won't. But we are taking down your questions. If they are questions that need to be addressed in public, we'll take them up at our next meeting. If you want to we have the question. If you want us to get back to you, just contact one of us, or contact the clerk's through the clerk's office, or contact me directly. You can speak about anything your heart desires for your 3 minutes. We can't even suggest that you should stick to the subject. That's up to you. We hope that you are going to speak to the Village Center Overlay District. And if you've already spoken, we hope that you have new material and that you are going to speak to the changes, or how you think it's evolved, or something new, because we have cataloged everything you have said in past meetings. So, without further ado, I'm going to open the public hearing, and the first person on the list is Terry Sorrow. When you come up, and the second person on the list, I'm going to ask you to queue up, is Marcella Hruk-Burke, if I pronounced that correctly. When you get to the podium, please pronounce your name correctly, especially if I don't, and tell us your address before you start speaking. Please go ahead. Oh, you got to get the mic on. There's a little button on the mic. It should be green.
Thank you. Before you start my 3 minutes,
Yes.
I just want to say thank you from Nonantum. As we all know, on June 25th, we lost 3 beautiful people. There was Bruno, Jill, and Nana. And June 26th was the meeting, the first zoning meeting. And I called Susan Albright and Deb and asked that Nonantum could not possibly participate in that meeting. And Deb said it was too late to postpone the public meeting because there was too many people in attendance, and assured us that we would have a chance or abroad at the next meeting. So Nonantum thanks you for giving us this
Of course. Of
time.
course. You might want to be a little bit, for most people, I have to tell them, get closer to the mic.
Closer,
I
right.
think, but for you, I think you might want to just be a little further, just so
Because I
it's
have a
not
big
doing
mouth.
that sound. Okay, ready?
Ready.
Go.
My name is Terry Sarro, and I reside at 44 Cook Street. I have lived in Nonantum my entire life. Despite what some councilors may think, I am not opposed to development and change for Nonantum. One of the biggest development was Riverdale, and the developer was one of the best to work with. It was a reasonable development for that site. What I am opposed to is to our village center. As it stands right now, Nonantum does not have any vacancies in our business center. All our storefronts are all rented. We have Greentail Table, Colonial Drug, Busy Bee, Florist for over 40 years, Antoine's for over 70 years, Ace Hardware for over 100 years, and finally, De Pasquale's going into their fourth generation, 80-plus years. We do not want to lose our family businesses. Nonantum needs your protection against the zoning plan. The MBTA Communities Act guidelines say housing units for families with children should be built near MBTA stations. Nonantum has no MBTA stations. The MBTA Communities Act guidelines say that communities with no MBTA stations should increase for families with children by 5%. We don't need your new zoning plan to add 5% new housing units. In the 2.5 years in Nonantum development has increased by 2,166% since 2020. Within one block of each other, Adams, Clinton, and Middle Street, there were 30 additional condos being built, with the majority having 3 bedrooms, which will attract families. I question the affordability of these condos. For instance, on Chapel Street, 6 months ago, they demolished a single family and built 2 condos with 3 bedrooms in one and 4 in the other. The rent for the 4-bedroom is $7,000. I wouldn't call this affordable to our area. Plus, if you are paying that much rent, you would want to have parking spaces. These have tandem parking. Nonantum should be taken out of this phase and moved into the next phase. We feel that there are other areas close to the village center that are in the purple zone, which were not even considered. Nonantum is unique as one of the 13 villages. If our village center should change to 3.5-story buildings, developers will force our businesses out. Even if some of these businesses would come back in a few years, the rent would probably be outrageous. Please remove Nonantum from phase 1. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, please don't do that tonight, because it takes time, and then it's going to take longer, okay? Marcella is next, and then Matteo or Armando Luongo after that. Please queue up.
Good evening. My name is Marcella Hauck-Burke. I live at 255 Adams Street. I have lived in Nonantum with my family for the last 16 years. I wanted to move to Nonantum to raise my family because I fell in love with the community made up of working families. We in Nonantum wanted to keep that way. Nonantum is a vibrant village with locally owned business. The merchants know their customers. They hire our children and grandchildren, even my own children. We wanted to keep Nonantum business community that way. Nonantum has always been a community of new Americans, like me, made up of immigrants with their children and grandchildren. It's a community that welcomes all ethnic backgrounds. We in Nonantum wanted to keep it that way. Since I have moved to Nonantum 16 years ago, the traffic has increased dramatically. We have witnessed many accidents right in front of my house, including one just recently by a child crossing the street in the crosswalk. With increased housing in our area comes increased traffic. We need to keep Nonanto safe and our children safe. To keep Nonanto a healthy community of working families, we need to stop your new zoning map for Nonanto. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The Luongos, you are next, followed by Janine Stewart.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Mateo Luongo. I'm almost 14 years old, and I live at 173 Chapel Street in the heart of Nonantum. I love riding my bike and being active. In May of this year, I was riding my bike and was hit by a pickup truck on the corner of Adams and Lincoln Road. I was in the crosswalk and was waiting for the car to stop, but it didn't. Paramedics rushed me to the hospital, where I stayed 2 nights. I suffered a severe concussion, small brain bleed, and several months of difficulty doing simple things like attending school and just walking around. I could not ride my bike, and it was hard to hang out with my friends. My family was very supportive of me and helped me through tough times. After my injuries healed, I became more aware of how dangerous the road is. Every time I cross the street, I get legitimately scared of cars zooming by. I wait for the cars to stop completely and make eye contact with them before proceeding to cross the street. It doesn't matter if I'm in a crosswalk, everyone is always in a rush, and increasing the number of cars in the area would be tragic for the kids of Nonantum. Also, increasing the number of people will make the traffic even thicker and will be impossible to commute around. I would like to say a special thank you to Marcella, who has worked tirelessly with the city to secure a flashing crossing light at the intersection where I was hit. I'm very lucky to be alive and able to share my experience with all of you. When I heard of this meeting, I knew I had to attend. Please take my story into consideration. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mateo, very much. Mateo, could you please state your address for the record?
173 Chapel Street.
Thank you very much. Next.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Armando Luongo. I live at 173 Chapel Street, and I'm almost 12 years old. I love riding my bike, scooter, and just walking to the park, but it is scary whenever I cross the street because there are at least 10 cars that look me in the eye and keep driving. It is mean, and they ignore that it is allowed that you must stop for pedestrians in a crosswalk. I have always been riding my bike, but I feel like I've noticed cars going too fast, not stopping, being rude on the road. Every time I cross the street, I'm hesitant and make sure that cars are at a complete stop. My older brother got hit by a car almost 5 months ago, and that is when I really started to notice people not stopping and going way too fast. Also, I always see people on their phones while they're in the car, and it is so dangerous because if you're not looking where you're going, you can get in a car crash and get hurt. Every day I go to the park to hang out with my friends, and it should take me 2 minutes to walk there, but instead it takes me 5 minutes to get there. The park is very close. When I'm done crossing the street, it is a relief that someone stopped for me and nothing happened. Just talking about this gets me nervous, and the fact that it can happen at any moment. That is why it's called an accident, isn't it? Anyway, I also think that adding more apartments to Newton would make it so much more hectic and would add so much unneeded traffic and would cause more accidents and injuries. It also seems like everyone is always in a rush around here, so adding more cars to the area would make it so much harder to get around and be safe. I also think that with the more traffic there is, the more people are going to wait and use their phones, which can lead to an accident. Kids should not have to worry about these things because it cannot be avoided. It is harder for us to just be kids and do simple things like ride our bikes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Okay. I can understand why you want to applaud for the children. They're wonderful. Please hold your applause for the remaining speakers. Ms. Stewart, followed by Benny Arpino.
My name is Janine Stewart, and I live at 251 Adams Street.
You might want to pull the mic up. Thank you.
My name is Janine Stewart, and I live at 251 Adams Street. I've lived in Nonantum for 38 years, and I'm here with my mother, who's lived in Nonantum for 84 years. Our family has been in Nonantum for over 100 years. I'm here to represent Nonantum as one of the villages in Newton. You have been working on zoning reform for 11 years, not 2.5. There was a neighborhood meeting held on September 14th, whereas some of the city attendees were on their first visit to the Nonantum businesses. You came not to ask for our help or opinion. You came to tell us how you were going to change our community. We think your plan is discriminatory. Nonantum is a working-class village, and your plan will not attract new working families. It will gentrify Nonantum. It will raise rents and home prices beyond the affordability of working families. Why do you want to drive us out of Newton? The MBTA Communities Act says we should build homes for families with children. What in the new zoning ordinance will provide new housing for working families with children? As I can see it, the answer is nothing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, Benny Arpino. While you're coming up, I'm going to ask the folks online to put your hands down if you have already spoken. So that way I can take people in order who haven't yet spoken who are online, okay? Thanks. Go ahead, Mr. Arpino.
My name is Benny Arpino, and I've been a resident of Newton for 50 years. I attended the zoning meeting for Nonantum on September 14th. At this meeting, I was appalled to see the city officials were condescending, disrespectful to the attendees. We at the meeting were looking to have conversation, have questions answered, and to receive guidance and support. What the residents got instead were insults and told to shut the fuck up by City Councilor Maria Greenberg's husband many a times. These building projects are the epitome of gentrification. Common sense and sound judgment in practical matters lead me to my next issue. Has anyone thought about our infrastructure and the environment impact on the overpopulation and overbuilding will bring? This all includes overflowing sewers, poor water quality, poor air quality, overcrowded schools, trash overload, which leads to already overwhelming rat problem in the city of Newton, and dangerous traffic and parking situations. We already have a lack of infrastructure as it is, which will eventually bring poverty and decline of public health. Maybe we should worry about fixing what we already have before we start overwhelming our city with high-density buildings and new large corporate businesses. Mayor Fuller, in your email address, business success, and not wanting to empty storefronts, needing foot traffic, these building projects will not help these problems. They will hinder small businesses that already exist and prohibit them from renting new spaces because they won't be able to afford them. The rent or the only corporate retail will. I am not calling Amazon when I want a gallon of paint. I'm walking to Schwartz's. If I want bacon and eggs, I'm going to Eddie's. If I want my nails done, I'm going to Lonnie's. And in your defense, the Austin Street project didn't displace anyone or any of the businesses is a moot point because this was an empty parking lot prior. According to the mayor's emails, we are already lacking housing options for older residents and younger people. Do you think building luxury apartments is helping that? Also, what elderly or new professional can afford rents at these apartments? I want you to really think about the decisions that you make. You need to realize that these decisions, while they may not affect you or your lifetime, they will affect other people for the rest of their lives. I want to know why you are so determined to change a village that has shown over and over that it does not want to be changed. Why are you destroying what we and our children grew to know and love and put money in the pockets of large corporate companies who could care less?
Thank you, Mr. Arpino. Mr. Arpino, could you please state your address for the record? And
Adams Street.
I'm sorry?
215 Adams Street.
Thank you very much. And the next person is Kathy, I'm sorry, Botan Jar. Is she here? And Fran Urardi follows, or you can go in reverse order. But why don't you queue up? And after that, it would be Ariane Proya. Please go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for attending and listening. My name is Kathy B., because no one can pronounce my last name, and my family owns the Colonial Drug Perfumery, which is at 350 Watertown Street, a family-owned business that started in 1947 on Brattle Street in Harvard Square and is now loving their new home in the lake. After 66 years, we had to leave Harvard Square. We considered Charles Street, Newbury Street, even Newton Center. But the lake had the character and the sense of community that family-owned or owner-on-premise brick and mortars generates. We were welcomed into the lake. John Negrotti from Silver Lake Liquors, Al the Tailor, Mr. Schwartz from Schwartzy's Hardware, all came in and introduced themselves, took us around to meet other shop owners. Over and over again, we heard, "You need anything, just ask." We needed a painter, a plumber, a carpenter, an electrician. God bless you, superstar Kevin Rudd, the electrician. All local lake tradesmen helped us above and beyond and continue to do so today. Even the mayor at the time asked, "Is there anything you need?" I said, "Yes, we would like white lights on the tree trunks so the cars passing would notice our village, that people dining in the area would stroll and window shop and discover great brick and mortars." Thanks to the hard work of the lake's own Energizer bunny, Terry Sorrow, the lake was lit. Well, now we need you to save our livelihoods and the lake. You cannot ask us to move again. I've already done it. It's cost prohibitive. Brick and mortars built the lake's economic vitality with their own blood, sweat, and tears. We survived COVID because the owners, the landlords, are family people, people who live in the neighborhood, who work with us to make installment payments or carry us through the times when the governor closed us for 3 or 4 months. We ask that you exempt the lake from the existing plans of Phase 1. I understand and I see all the hard work and all this being done. It's a huge project, but there's a lot of confusion, a lot of rumors, a lot of misinformation out there. When I hear everyone talk about Newton, Newton is 13 separate, unique villages. I strongly encourage you to hold 13 meetings just like this, one for each village, so the people, the residents, the building owners can see what's happening to my village, my neighborhood. I ask questions and I'm told, it's only going to affect the south side of Watertown Street. I don't know what the south side of Watertown Street is. I ask you to leave the existing business blocks alone. If you want to do in other areas, let's sit down and let us ask you, what are you going to do? Don't tell me it's the south side or the north side.
Thank you. I'm sorry, your time is up, but if you have more to say, please submit it in writing.
Thank you very much.
Thanks so much. Fran Urardi, followed by Ariane. I'm sorry, I'm having trouble reading the writing here.
She's there. She's all set.
Okay, please go ahead.
Fran Urardi, thank you very much for having us and listening. And I know you guys, it's a grind, so I appreciate all your work. I'm going to yield my time to my friend Patrick here, who wanted to say a few things.
Okay, please speak into the mic. Tell me your name and address.
My name is Patrick Song. I live on 41 Janet Road. I want to thank the City Council for holding this hearing, letting the public speak. What I don't understand is why the City Council is not, or the mayor is not demanding that the T be useful and work and be safe for people that look like me, fellow Asian Americans who are victims of violence on our transit systems all around the country. I don't see any pressure from our city leaders to try to make that work before accept the 8,000 units that are required. And on that 8,000 units, I saw the presentation that it said that there's only going to be 9,000, but I think what I've been told is that doesn't include the villages that are not next to transit, such as Nonantum. So I think that's very misleading. And if you think about it, 8,000 already is a lot of new units for a town that right now only has 33,000 units. I mean, think about the traffic. It's bad enough as it is. And then removing the parking requirement is just going to mean that people are going to park on residential streets. And you know what? This is not going to make housing more affordable for people. There's the very, very simplistic understanding of how supply and demand works when people say, oh, more units, that's more supply, so prices are going to fall. That's not true. You're ignoring the role of land, which is fixed. In every affluent area in the world, you will see that when they upzone or densify that area, it becomes more expensive. I'm also, that's also going to drive out small businesses that are existing, that are part of our community now. I also am not, I don't want to hear any more. A lot of people pushing back with this example of Tokyo. as a place that's upzoned and is affordable. I mean, that's just ridiculous on its face because Japan is an economy that's been going through 2 decades of deflation, and their housing is also built differently because of earthquakes. They don't put money into the housing, so they're as permanent structures as ones we have now. So I don't want to hear any pushback on that tonight. You're just going to, it's a bad argument. And I also want to talk about Chestnut Hill. Why are they exempt? Yeah, you say historic. Well, why are they more historic than Nonantum? It just strikes me as being completely unfair. So I do want to also point out, since I'm allowed to speak on other topics, there's this $80 million financial windfall for the city now. I think that's the total. It keeps growing. And I do not see the city council pressuring the mayor to fund the schools properly. We have children that have suffered pandemic learning loss. And we have a teacher's contract that needs to be settled. We can also shift the money to that's funding these one-time uses, such as funding the renovation of Horace Mann with his windfall, so we can free up money in the operating budget for the schools. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Like I said, come again, please. I didn't catch it when Mr. Uriarty said your name, and we need your name for the clerk. I got your address.
It's Patrick Song, S-O-N-G.
Thank you so much. And as I said at the beginning, you can speak about anything tonight, but if you have questions, like this gentleman just did, please submit them or just contact one of us so we can talk with you. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Ariana Pereira. I live at 234 Adams Street, but I'm going to be yielding my time tonight to Francesca.
Hello, my name is Francesca. I live on 286 Watertown Street, and I feel like the construction around the city couldn't help. Like more traffic that could worsen global warming. It could worsen a lot of things. As a lot of people have said before, it could literally destroy our community as a whole, and we have to build it back together to be able to settle it. I don't understand why we have to build, and I feel like that plants might also die and we might not regrow them. Plants are essential to an environment, and we built this community and we don't want it to change. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Dana Jordan. Dana Jordan, and then Anthony Pellegrini, Jr.
Dana Jordan's not here, so this is John DeVito. I live on 150 Adams Street. I'm a resident of Adams Street, of course, and I grew up in Nonantum. I actually grew up living above a business. My grandfather built a business back in the 1920s, and I remember pretty much when I was from day junior high all the way through Newton North, I would wake up every Sunday morning at 2 o'clock and run downstairs, and that's how I started my Sunday at the bakery. So we lived above where we worked. So as we have conversations about how we cultivate community and communities where we live and work and grow village centers, I'm all for that. But as it relates to the proposed village center zoning, there are things I believe we need to be considering. First, unintended consequences. As the council considers any blanket policies that enable developers to extend the heights of buildings throughout the Nonantum Village Center, I'd like to understand the council's research on the environmental impact of these structures. For example, noise pollution. Can you imagine Watertown Street lined with 3.5 or even 4.5 story buildings and the amplification of the sounds of trucks, buses, and motorcycles as they drive through? I can't imagine that would be helpful for businesses. Secondly, outcomes. Increasing housing capacity through construction is designed to bring more people and foster commerce. Have you considered alternative economic development strategies that could yield similar outcomes? Beautifying existing public spaces can make a village center more vibrant and attractive to patrons. Indeed, many of our own residents, some of which you've seen tonight, have taken steps to activate our public spaces like the Coletti Magnite Park and promote local business. So as we explore ways that the city can support business, I'd urge you to consider the full range of opportunities to achieve a shared outcome. Lastly, process. While minimizing special permit hearings may streamline some aspects of city business and certainly reduce costs for developers, the value of the process lies in its ability to drive dialogue and engagement. Giving developers the ability to build such large structures by right negates community engagement. Rather than inviting residents to weigh in on sizable changes to their community. And it is the community that will ultimately drive village center revitalization. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, Anthony Pellegrini Jr., followed by Al Cecchinelli.
Hello, Madam Speaker. Thank you for letting us talk. I appreciate it, and all the councils. I might not be too articulate on this one. I just jumped in at the last minute, but I have a couple of things I'd like to address. You know, first of all, the average two-family rental is only $2,500 in Northampton, as opposed to Trio, which is $5,000. You know, when they built Trio, all right, they said they had affordable housing. Affordable housing doesn't mean you can afford it, all right? It does not. It's just gonna go up. And now I hear that the gentleman's coming in for more, for another special permit to bring corporate in there. If you look at Newtonville, all right, you look at the Trio side, it looks like downtown Boston on any given day. Like on a Sunday afternoon, it just looks barren, all right? It just looks barren. Now, I'd like to address some of the history in Northampton. So if you go back through the years, our fathers had a Christmas celebration since 1899. The Christmas Party Association, for 68 years now, has maintained that since 1954. So I sent you all an email of a previous 1965 parade, where it states the 66th annual. Well, that brings you back to 1899. Okay, so this is part of the community, okay? Christmas isn't for everyone, but I'll tell you right now, you know, it was stated that in a last meeting that Asians are afraid of us, or we're afraid of the Asians and Chinese. I have more Asian families, while I'm doing the park lighting, come up and just say, what are you doing? Hey, I never seen this. Oh, I love this. I said, so they're not afraid of me, all right? So I don't know what my council was talking about, being Chinese or Asian being afraid of us. This is not, you know, this is something that's gonna destroy a gateway community. A gateway community where our parents came in, they came in through Ellis Island, then to here. So the construction's gonna displace a lot of people, a lot of businesses, okay? So we try to just keep the community together. You know, I, for one, don't wanna consider not putting Santa Claus up anymore, or having that kind of celebration. But if you destroy and you take away Dunkin' Donuts, where people have hot chocolate, or these huge buildings, I don't feel I'm gonna do it anymore. I'll just stop. I'll just stop because we're not respected. Our families are not respected. For years and years, through our charitable works, we brought people up through the hard times. We always did that, and we always will. But if I have to just stop what I'm doing, you people, some of you in here don't know what we do, all right? So our charities in Northampton help a lot of people. I thank you.
Mr. Pellegrini, please state your address for the record.
56 Clinton Street. And I just have to say, Madam, 3 minutes is not a lot of time.
Thank you. You did very well. Thank you. Al Cecchinelli, followed by Kevin Rife.
Albert Cecchinelli, 224 Chapel Street, lifelong Newton resident. I'd like to comment on some of the misinformation that's been related to this. I just learned in past Thursday, after hearing that this was mandated, that only 6 of our villages are mandated under this act. Why are we pushing this on 12 of our 13 villages? 6 is too many, but 12 is unacceptable. This will fundamentally change our city, making us like Cambridge, where only the elites will own their own homes on their own property, and everyone else will be warehoused into high-density, sterile housing, turning us into Newark, New Jersey, to Boston being our New York City. This is also bad for existing businesses. We hear about how it's going to help businesses. It's not. As the time from when the building in the village center is torn down that houses the business until the time when the new building is ready for occupancy, they will have had no revenue. If they survive the wait, all of the village isn't going to tear down and rebuild at the same time. Thus, they're constantly living with the disruption of major demolition and construction in our cities. The next thing I'd like to talk about is something that truly disgusted me the other night at a public meeting. One of the other Newton residents implied that I was a racist for not wanting to allow overdevelopment in our city. The zoning overlay will not in any way, shape, or form allow rental or home ownership based on race, creed, religion, or sexual orientation. I was later informed that I was racist because this would allow low-income families to move into Newton. I informed them that there is not one low-income housing unit required in the over 16,000 units that this overlay will provide. And second, that people of all races are in the lower percentage of income, not just people of color or people that somebody might be afraid would be moving in. So basically, they're the racists for implying that me being against the overdevelopment is racist. In closing, this plan is far too large for Newton. The lack of any parking requirements is absurd, and the only people that this will help are the real estate developers. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. No, folks, you gotta stop doing that, or we'll be here until tomorrow. Thank you, Kevin Reif, and then I'm going to go online for a while. But I'm going to remind the folks online that those who have spoken before in this public hearing starting June 26th, please take your hand down so I can take the folks who haven't spoken first. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm going to let you off the hook. You got my name right. Second time. It's right.
Had a little help from
Thank
one of
you
my
so much.
friends down here. Go ahead.
So my name is Kevin Reif. I reside at 92 Hawthorne Street in the Nonantham section in Newton. I'm a lifelong resident of Nonantham. I was born on Jones Court. I moved to Adams Street, and I bought my house with my wife in 1986, so you could say I'm a world traveler. Moved 1 square block of my whole life. So I saw the slides up there, and I was pretty impressed with them, but there's some misinformation on those slides, and I'll try to address that as I go along in 2 minutes and 27 seconds. So first of all, I strongly oppose the rezoning of the villages as it sits today. And in my estimation, it's been done without community involvement. The first meeting that we had, that was really a tough meeting, but that was indicative of when you present something to someone for the first time and you almost catch them off guard. I will say this, Nonantham does not need this. It doesn't fit with our community. Our community is vibrant, it is alive, and when I see like 3, 4, and sometimes 5-story buildings, that tears the fabric of our community. We have everything that we need in Nonantham. I walk up my street, I have the cleaners, I can service my car, I can go to the bank, I can go to dinner, I can run an errand at the post office. We have everything there. And then people talk about vibrant community. When I think of 4 or 5-story buildings, I don't think of vibrancy. I think of overcrowding, I think of congestion, I think of unaffordable housing, because that's what it's going to lead to. We talk about the restaurants, the businesses, and how they're languishing. Has anybody walked down Watertown Street on a Saturday afternoon and seen all the businesses out there? We have Eddie's Breakfast. We have Al the Tailor.
We have the Busy Bee Florist, D&A Pizza, Steamers, Di Pasquale's, Giuseppe's. They're all businesses. They're the lifeline of our neighborhood. And nobody has given me the details on how we care for those businesses during and after potential construction, because they're going to be gone. And who's coming in? Chipotle, Starbucks. The small businesses are going to be gone. I always thought, and yes, I did run for city council, and I don't know if I ever will again, but I always thought that the role of a city councilor was to truly represent the collective voice of their community, whether they voted for them or not. And not to tell them what they need, but to ask them what they want. And I respectfully ask this group to omit Nonantum from the zoning ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, folks, seriously, you might not need sleep tonight, but some of us would like to have some sleep tonight. I'm going to move to the online folks, and I believe we now have people who have not yet spoken lined up, at least in the first list I can see. So the first person is Cindy Roach, and the second person is not named. So I can't tell if you've spoken before, but please assure me that you haven't, and I'll call on you and you can state your name and address for the record. Ms. Roach.
Thank you. My name is Cindy Roach and I live at 42 Daniel Street. When we were looking for a house over 25 years ago, my husband, Sean Roach, you may know him, some of you, Sean wanted to buy a 2-family house in Brookline, but I lobbied and I won. I wanted a single-family house on a street of single-family houses in Newton Center, which is where we are. I'd be lying if I said I wanted to raise a family on a block with taller buildings, a block with more people living in each building, with more traffic, or with more density. But in our 25 years in Newton, I have listened to more ZAP meetings than I care to admit or to remember. And what I have learned is this: living in a single-family home with single-family home neighbors might be lovely. I might even prefer Newton to remain the same. I might prefer less traffic. I might prefer shorter buildings in our village centers. I might prefer fewer apartment buildings, but I realize that I cannot in good conscience make my preference a policy choice. My preference comes at too big a cost. It has environmental impact and it contributes to the regional housing shortage. So I support village center zoning, and I hope you will too. Thank you. I'll give back my time.
Thank you. That was wonderfully short and sweet. Appreciate that. No clapping, please. Okay, who is no upzoning?
Hi, I'm Pat, and I live on West Street.
Can you say your full name, please?
In Nonantum. I understand that that's not necessary. Someone said,
okay.
I speak to express great alarm at the proposed zoning changes put forth by the Zoning and Planning Department. The proposals would transform the city unrecognizably. They would kill local small businesses, replacing them with upscaled elitist vendors. They would cause more traffic snarls and accidents due to the increased number of residents and the MBTA's chronic lack of readiness for the current amount of commuters, never mind the potential uptick. Whose mandate is this? Residents did not ask for this. How many fire and police employees can afford to live in the city currently, notwithstanding any upzoning? How many children have current residence? How many homes, including Victorians, are being torn down daily, which are more affordable than the handful of quote unquote affordable, units being included in the luxury housing currently going up, and that which is proposed? What does upzoning, the loss and thereby decreased pool of the city's naturally affordable housing, the insistence upon the installation of artificial turf, despite the refusal of pro players to use it, the resistance to creating a strong tree ordinance as we watch our ever dwindling supply of mature trees die under the blade, and the resistance to giving our educators an equitable contract all have in common. An administration which has other priorities than the health, well-being, true affordability, and equitable compensation of the city as a whole, its environment, its residents, and employees. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Laura Tovim, followed by Adam Tovim. Please go ahead.
I lost my comments. Okay. Hi, how are you? My name's Laura Tovim. I live on Islington Road and I've lived here for the last 17 years. Like most people here, I've followed the zoning redesign process and I've spent some time studying and learning about it. Last year, I represented Families Organizing for Racial Justice's Housing Committee in the community engagement process. This was one of the many opportunities the city has provided for residents to give input on the zoning redesign. Along with representatives from dozens of other community groups, I learned about the zoning, shared information with other members of my group, and got feedback on the proposed changes. In preparing to make this statement, I listened to the June 26th public hearing, which I could not attend, to learn more about what people in Newton think about the new zoning. By now and tonight, you've heard a lot of the arguments for and against the proposal. But one thing that really stood out to me from that hearing was the number of housing advocacy organizations that spoke about the proposed zoning. These included representatives from the Newton Affordable Housing Trust, whose job is to preserve and expand affordable housing, the Uniting Citizens for Housing Affordability in Newton, which advocates for the creation of affordable housing for very and extremely low-income families and individuals, Engine 6, which advocates for housing for a more inclusive, affordable, and sustainable Newton, and the Newton Interfaith Coalition for Housing Equity, which is a coalition of Newton's clergy, who, guided by their faith, have joined together to work towards ensuring that Newton welcomes people of diverse incomes, races, and faiths. Additional housing advocacy organizations like the Fair Housing Committee and the Newton Housing Partnership also submitted comments in writing. What struck me is that each and every representative from these affordable housing organizations provided statements that enthusiastically support the revised zoning proposal. That is, the people who have devoted professional and personal lives to promoting fair and affordable housing in Newton, as well as our city's faith leaders, all believe that the zoning proposal is an important step towards reaching greater housing, economic, and climate justice in Newton. They support it because this thoughtful plan strikes a good balance between preserving the character of our city while also allowing the villages to become more vibrant and addressing the national and regional housing crisis by allowing more types of housing in Newton. I wholeheartedly agree with these housing experts and with the Newton Interfaith Coalition for Housing Equity that housing is everything, and that we have a moral and civic obligation to do our part to make our zoning match our stated values of being welcoming and inclusive city. We have room for more people to enjoy everything that Newton has to offer, and I urge you to pass this important zoning plan right away. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Adam Tovim. I bet you're related.
Hi, my name is Adam Tovim. I'm a Newton resident, 61 Islington Road. My dad was born and raised off of Waverly Ave, and my grandfather, with not even a high school diploma, was able to raise a family as a longtime Newton resident. I'm a member of the business community here and an adjunct faculty at Brandeis University's Business School. The comments here are my personal views only. And also for years, I was able to commute downtown, putting my bike on the front of the 505 Express bus. Go Bikers. As a business community member from my home office, I consult to companies throughout the country who are always looking, especially post-pandemic, to hire talent in different regions. And so they have more choice than ever on where to find good people. They do not always have to be looking for people in the Boston area. I also talk to many graduate students who are looking for more modest housing choices near public transport, and they have a lot of choices of where they work after graduation, sometimes even after opting for remote-only work. And finally, I believe as a business community member that broader regional competitiveness is not abstract. It expands the pie, it benefits us all here in Newton, and it gives us more control over how we as a local city want this change to occur. I think there are a few observations I have from a personal perspective. One, impact. We have an opportunity to impact the competitiveness of the greater Boston area by providing a greater range of housing choices near village centers that can attract younger homeowners at earlier stages of their career. And I love our thriving village centers. I love Newton's approach to this and would love to see those centers closest to public transport continue to thrive by having more small businesses offering new services, opening new storefronts, expanding their opening hours, benefiting from more local housing options for their employees, and making the most of more foot traffic. And finally, my observation is one of complexity. Yes, this is a really, really gnarly, complex issue. And this additional zoning will not be the only way to improve Boston's regional competitiveness, but we can make a difference. I know this will involve changes to our villages, and I believe those changes on balance will be for the better. I fully support this zoning. I hope it passes, and I hope it allows us to strive to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next is John Shamanis, followed by Francis Godine. So please queue up.
Hi, it's John Shamanis from 17 West Pine Street in Auburndale, Mass. For the last 10 years, I've owned a renewable energy business. I teach finance at Babson College. So thank you to the people who spent countless hours. I respect the effort. And at the same time, I'd like to express concern that I think groupthink has taken over, and that's a problem. We're well on to way of our compliance with the MBTA zoning law with our current stock, and we don't need to change zoning like this. No amount of guilt for owning a single family home or anything in this proposal is going to fix climate change. I'd like to begin by addressing the councilors who felt that including a ballot question was something that was too complicated for voters to understand. I am personally insulted at the disdain for the feedback, the public feedback, which has been overwhelmingly opposed to this runway process. If you give us a chance to vote, we will. Today, we've been given maps, not maps that have accepted feedback from our elected officials. I know because my elected official provided feedback that's not depicted on the map. So it turns out we've been given a map by an appointed committee that is sufficiently powerful enough to think that these changes can be ramrodded through. It's an abuse of power, just as the change in the by right law. This is my biggest concern. Second, this is not good for schools. This is not good for local business, and this is not good for our communities. Newton is a special place that's evolved in the normal course to maintain itself as a desirable community and even grown since 2000 by 10%, while cities around us are experiencing a decrease in population because people are craving what we have. We have safe communities where people know each other, and introducing large multi-unit housing with transient population is not going to build community. Small businesses will be decimated. In Newtonville, a building came called the Trio, shuttered over a dozen local businesses, and in their place came unaffordable luxury apartments, not for ownership, real wealth building, but for rent. A Chase Bank, Wall Street, CVS, and some fast food joints, one that's already gone out of business. I've spoken with local businesses, and they know that future development means that they will lose their place in our communities. The most concerning change is the change in permitting standard, which today includes a public comment, to a by right standard which removes public comment in a process. This is an egregious grab of power by the planning board, an appointed committee, not an elected committee. They will not be held accountable. This one change ensures that no checks in the balance on the incestuous connection between the building committee and runaway development. So in closing, what I'd like to request is that a ballot do be put on. And the ballot measure should read very simply: do we, the people, want to give up our right to public comment in the approval process and give that power to the non-elected planning committee with a by right designation across the board, or do we want to maintain our freedom of speech? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Fran Godine, followed by Bob Kavanaugh.
My name is Frances Godine. I live at 19 Crofton Road, Newton. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm not here to analyze the details of the Village Center Overlay Design version 3.0 before you. I'm not here to present a moral argument about the need to right the wrongs of the 1950 zoning regulations we're currently living under. I am here to thank you, councilors and planning department. You've worked hard on this plan, researched, debated, listened, and compromised, and it's good. It will open us to many opportunities while keeping safeguards in place. In the 1950s, when much of our current zoning regulations were developed, bouffant hair was big, really big. Full-sized Chevy convertibles were the rage. Girls wore poodle skirts to sock hops. Anybody remember the stroll? Oh, and these things? They may have been a twinkle in the eye of Steve Jobs, but he was only 5 years old at the end of the decade. If we want to be living in the 1950s, everyone toss in your iPhone. 2023, it's time for Newton to evolve our zoning to allow the village centers to revitalize, small local businesses to thrive with increased foot traffic, to create homes for seniors, for more of our workers and young people of varying economic paths, and to give the planet a chance with less cars on the road. Please, councilors, after all your hard work, give us this chance by passing the zoning reform before you tonight. And splinters hurt. Don't divide this up. Don't splinter it. Don't do it. Keep this full village center overlay district package together for a stronger Newton. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bob Kavanaugh is next, followed by Laura Foote.
Yeah, hi, Bob Kavanaugh, 69 Court Street, Newtonville. Been here 43 years, and I just want a couple of things I want to point out. The planning department said that there were no added lots. Well, that's true in certain areas maybe, but on our area, they've added 2. So I don't know what the heck they're talking about. They said none. 2 of them were added. And that brings me to the other thing. The MRT is supposed to transition to the residential neighborhoods. Well, if any of you care to take a look at the latest map for Newtonville, you'll see that there's no such thing. So I get the impression the planning department just makes up words, throws them into a document, and everyone's supposed to bow down and say, oh yeah, that sounds like a good idea. But it's, no. The MRT that's in my neighborhood, where does it end? At Marty's liquor store. I didn't know that was our residential neighborhood. And actually now Marty's is now part of the our village center. For those of you who know our area, try and think of Whole Foods as part of Newtonville Village Center. Shows the absurdity of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kavanaugh. Laura Foote, and followed by Nancy Zollers. I'm going to ask the clerk to unmute a couple people in a row. Please go ahead.
Hi, this is Laura Foote. I live on Otis Street. And I just wanted to bring up a different aspect that speakers haven't been focusing on so far. And that has to do with historic preservation in our village centers. I know some of the village centers have a few landmark buildings and some of them don't have any. And I wanted to see whether there's still room to provide some incentives for historic preservation and for adaptive reuse of buildings. When I travel around New England and I think what attracts me to go to certain areas, it's usually because there have been historic buildings that have been adapted for new uses. And I think there's room to use that to achieve some of the goals that were stated for this overall zoning redesign. And one of the goals is sustainability. I know that demolishing a perfectly good structure is not a sustainable approach. As far as I've been able to tell, the city doesn't actually monitor the tonnage of construction debris that gets carted away in dumpsters, but that is part of our environmental impact. So thinking of a way to incentivize adapting historic buildings could achieve our sustainability goals, and it also could preserve some of the character and sense of place that brings people to the village centers. So I'd like to ask if you could try to incorporate that, learn from some of the examples of what other towns and cities do to incentivize preservation in village centers. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Next, Nancy Zollers, followed by Philip Platel.
Thanks very much. I'm Nancy Zollers, 154 Oliver Road. I'm representing the Newton Interfaith Coalition for Housing Equity. We began collaborating as people of faith just as Newton City Council began studying zoning reform. It was apparent to us that the dire need for housing here could be tackled in part by revising our old zoning rules. Representing houses of worship, Jewish, Catholic, Protestant, across Newton, we were hoping to be a part of a solution. Solutions that made homes in Newton accessible, more affordable, and more available for seniors and families currently unable to afford housing in Newton. As we followed the work of the Newton Planning Department, participated in the community engagement events, and learned the complexity and promises change zoning would bring, we brought our faith and our beliefs to our conversations and to our work on zoning reform. Many of our congregants cannot live here, and many of our pastors and rabbis cannot live here. And so the community is fractured by unaffordability. Newton as a whole is losing students, losing foot traffic for our small shops, and losing long-time residents who now require smaller homes. We have been pleased to watch and to support the city planners, the consultants, and community members and elected officials as they investigate, analyze, and propose important changes to the rules that govern what can be built in Newton. We're excited just thinking about a Newton that remains vibrant, welcomes people who want to be here, who want to live here. And while only 3.5% of the land area is affected by these new rules, the impact of allowing multifamily homes and 4-story apartment buildings and revitalized businesses would be far more than 3.5%. There's more to do, and Newton Interfaith Coalition will continue to advocate for a better Newton, a Newton for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zollers. Mr. Platel, you are next, followed by Richard Rasala, and then I'm going to come back into the room.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Zoning and Planning Committee, and the City Councilors for allowing me the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Philip Platel, and I live at 50 Roslyn Road. I'm a longtime commissioner on the Economic Development Commission and served as the chair from 2020 to earlier this year. The EDC has been involved with the Village Center rezoning since initiation of the project and has provided its official position by letters and officer testimony to ZAP. Tonight, I would like to add some brief personal comments. First, I would like to recognize the good work done by planning staff and the thoughtfulness that ZAP has shown in developing the current draft, especially given the changes by the state in the MBTA Communities Act. Overall, I support the current proposal, however, suggest some items for consideration. The first has to do with with requiring mixed use, especially since the state allows mixed use to be counted in the MBTA Communities Act for compliance. I strongly support maximizing mixed use, maximizing the required mixed use projects requiring first floor retail and other non-residential uses within the VC2 and VC3 zones, especially where the current use is retail. The 3.0 maps are good, but they need to be looked at a little more carefully, and some tweaks will likely be required, especially at the Elliott T-Stop VC2 and VC3 zones, as there are no required mixed-use projects at Elliott. My next comment really has to do with the MRT districts. In the absence of a Newton-specific study, the required, which requires some minimum parking per unit, I think that the minimum parking for the MRT districts needs to be really looked at carefully. Under the current zoning, residential requires 2 parking stalls per unit. That may be high, probably is, but going to 0 stalls really should require an additional analysis. If there's not time for an analysis, perhaps the committee will consider the special permit ratio of 1.25 spaces per multifamily dwelling, or use 1 per unit that UTL proposed in September of 2022. Thank you again for the opportunity to present my views.
Thank you very much, Mr. Platel. Next is Richard Rasala.
Hello, I am Richard Rasala. I live at 285 Tremont Street in Newton Corner, and I'm a member of the Newton Corner Neighborhood Association. The council probably knows my name because I have sent many long documents, so I'm not going to review them. I'm rather going to focus only on the MRT zone, which has not had much comment until a moment ago. I believe the MRT zone is much more important in housing in Newton than the VC housing proposed in the village centers, because it's the way to increase residential housing in the existing residential neighborhoods. I'm concerned, in fact, that the type of housing being proposed, if you look at the details, tends to emphasize housing that has very small units, 1-bedroom units. It's not the kind of housing that is being built for families with children. Every family with children requires a minimum of 2-bedroom units. If they have children of opposite sexes, it's 3-bedroom units. And if one of the family members has to work from home, it may even be 4-bedroom units. We should be looking to build large apartments, not the tiniest possible apartments. Now, the maximum footprint for MRT is currently set at 1,500 square feet. That's pretty tiny. The planning department in June 12th of this year did a study of MRT, but the only footprints that they studied were either 1,500 square feet or 1,800 square feet. It didn't even occur to them to think of larger numbers. And nevertheless, with that smaller footprint, they're talking about 3 or 4 housing units. I had to work very hard to figure out how they were going to get 4 housing units in a 2.5-story building with a pitched roof. The answer is in an asterisk in a footnote that says they're assuming a small apartment in the basement of that building to be the 4th unit. This, I think, is very concerning for how you're thinking about how they're actually planning for 4 units. There's an entirely different approach, which is now pretty famous nationally. Daniel Perolik wrote a book called Missing Middle Housing, and he's not only talking about the process of integration of multifamily housing into neighborhoods that are traditionally single family, he's talking about a diversity of housing forms, not just pitched roof houses, but 4-plex houses, pairs of duplex houses that can be in various configurations, or even courtyard houses. None of that is possible in 1,500 square foot footprint. It takes all the options that people have studied this nationally and said, we should think about all of them, and said, no, they're off the table because we're going to put 1,500 square feet as our maximum.
Thank you, Mr. Rasala. I'm afraid you're out of time, but I know you're very good at sending us material to consider, and please do so. I am going to come back into the room, and interestingly, Ken Parker knows that he's next because he's right ready to come up to front. And then Alan Lobovitz is after that, followed by Margaret Ward. If you could all please queue up, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee and other members of the council and the zoning board who are here. My name is Ken Parker. I reside at 965 Walnut Street. It's good to see some old friends and some new faces here. I think we all share the goal of making Newton as affordable as we can, as protecting our environment, and having vibrant village centers. But I think we need to look at this proposal through the lens that Jeff Bezos makes decisions, which is there's 2 kinds of doors. There's one-way doors and two-way doors. And a zoning change is a one-way door. Once you change it, you give rights that you can't take back again. So we need to be very careful to make sure we get this right. And someone before mentioned unintended consequences. Well, I would posit that on each of those 3 scores, this proposal would actually do the exact opposite of what we have in mind. First of all, in terms of affordability, to paraphrase my former boss and mentor, Barney Frank, if you want affordable housing, build affordable housing. Some of you, like me, are old enough to remember the 1980s. In the 1980s, we had a president named Ronald Reagan, and he wanted to give tax breaks to the rich, and in fact did so, on the theory of trickle-down economics. What we have here is trickle-down affordable housing. The theory of trickle-down economics was a rising tide would raise all ships, and that somehow, if you gave more money to rich people, it would make poor people better off. It doesn't work with tax breaks for the rich, and it doesn't work with $4,000 a month rentals, and across the street from me, 2 units that sold for $1.7 million each, because, folks, we do not have a dire shortage of housing. We have a dire shortage of affordable housing. And anybody who can afford a $4,000 a month rent apartment or a $1.7 million home is not worried about having a roof over their head. How can we make this this proposal targeted at affordable housing? Very simply, limit the unit sizes. And if the MBTA Communities Act won't let you do that, we have a tool that this board has used many, many times. It's called home rule legislation. Let's ask them to fine-tune it. They just amended the proposal very recently, August 17th. We can ask for another change. We should also ask for an extension of time to comply because the change was so recent on August 17th. I see my time is running out. This is not good for the environment. It's going to add congestion, air pollution. There's built up carbon, and it's going to encourage tear downs by allowing vastly denser building, and it's going to undermine our city centers, our village centers, by taking away our businesses. We should limit it to four-story required businesses in our village centers. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Okay, Alan Lobowitz is next. Please go ahead. Margaret Ward, please queue up.
So my name is Alan Lobowitz. I live at 168 Allerton Road. I'm here this evening to express my opposition to the Village Center Overlay Plan, the VCOD. My opposition is, in part, why I'm running for City Council at large, citywide. Like many in Newton, I have grave reservations about this plan. Although I support additional housing, I oppose the current plan for these reasons. First, there's no requirement that Newton pass the VCOD by any deadline or at all. It should not be voted on conflated with the state's MBTA requirement to rezone for more than 8,000 new units by the end of this year. Instead, I support the position of the 9 city councilors who called for a pause in upzoning in excess of the state's requirement, so we can assess fiscal and other impacts and adjust accordingly. Second, we need more affordable housing, but this plan isn't good enough. It's based on the assumption that building lots of new rental units will bring down housing costs in a desirable market like Newton. There's no evidence to support this assumption. In fact, there's substantial evidence that higher density redevelopment pushes housing prices higher and pushes lower income residents out. Third, the current plan will also displace our small, locally owned businesses during construction and thereafter due to unaffordable rent for the new commercial spaces. The owners of Trio and Newtonville are already asking for changes to their permit to allow renting to chain stores. Fourth, the assumption that thousands more units built near public transit won't substantially increase the number of cars on our roads is also flawed. Given the low percentage of Newton residents who currently use public transit and the T's poor service record, new residents will want and need cars to go grocery shopping, to appointments, and transport their children and others. The impacts on traffic congestion and parking demand will be serious. Finally, the proposed guidelines for by right development are inadequate to preserve trees and green space and ensure sufficient on-site parking to keep our streets clear for cyclists, pedestrians, and drivers. I'm Alan Lobovitz, and I'm running for City Council at large. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lobowitz. I'm sorry, folks. Please, please. Margaret Ward, you're next, followed by Josh Herzig Marks.
My name is Margaret Ward, and I live at 957 Washington Street. We are hearing a narrative that we have we're hearing the narrative that we have affordable housing crisis, and the only solution is building our way out using supply and demand principle. This is according to the experts who are the economists. So let's take a closer look at economists. There are many different types. They fall into the broad categories of private and public sector. It is much like other professions where there are specific areas of expertise. For example, you wouldn't go to a divorce attorney seeking counsel if you had a legal matter involving patents or copyright, right? So when it comes to supply and demand, which is best understood and used by business leaders in the private sector, why are we listening to economists whose expertise is in public policy? These public sector economists, otherwise known as housing advocates, are incorrectly using supply and demand principle to the housing market. They purport that if we build many apartments, we'll somehow get volume discount on pricing, as if it's no different than manufacturing widgets or backpacks. For the supply and demand phenomenon to exist, you need price elasticity, which is what you see in the consumer market. Bud Light sitting on the shelves with its price drop to 14 cents per can is a perfect example of this as a result of the boycott, right? However, boycotts don't happen in real estate. So how are you going to drop the prices of apartment leases? You can't. It's not a consumable item. It's real estate, otherwise called an investment. And developers need to make a return, a profit on that investment. So long as the price of real estate in Newton remains as it is, you will never get a sufficient amount of affordable housing. So is it worth the annihilation of our village landscape to get a sprinkling of some units at 80% of AMI through for-profit development? You say that our city will not be built to the extent of this, you say that our city will not be built to the extent that this rezoning will allow, but you can't guarantee that, so it's very possible. And here's another possibility. Newton becomes an undesirable place to live. There will be too much traffic and congestion. We'll no longer have quaint little villages with local shops and restaurants. People will start to move out. We'll lose tax revenue, and our schools will suffer. And the perfect irony is that is when you'll see real estate prices drop. And if that happens, all your faces and names, including the mayor, will live in legacy as the people responsible for destroying our beautiful garden city. Thank you.
Thank you. Folks. Thank you. Joshua Herzig Marks, followed by Jane Rosanoff.
Good evening. My name is Joshua Herzig Marks, and I live at Ward 6 here in Newton at 22 Aberdeen Street. I grew up in Newton, and my wife and I have lived in Newton ourselves for over 20 years. I'm speaking this evening for myself and also on behalf of Newton for Everyone, a newly formed coalition of civic, housing, and climate activists, clergy, and local businesses who support the proposed Village Center Overlay District under consideration by the Newton City Council. We support zoning reforms that make Newton more welcoming to more people, incentivize climate-forward measures, and bolster local businesses. And I am personally, enthusiastically in favor of both the MBTA Communities Law and Village Rezoning Plan. In fact, I don't think the changes go far enough to support needed growth in Newton, but still support these changes now. As a kid, I would take the T downtown to meet friends, in college to my first internships, and as an adult to jobs downtown. Fond memories of walking into the Highlands for a pasta dinner at Canton Abruzzi or a treat from the ice cream factory encouraged my wife and I, as parents now, to share similar experiences with our children. I'm deeply grateful for movie nights at Hyde, bike laps around the new Newton Highlands playground, and walks through Cold Spring Park, Webster Woods, Nolan Pond, and the other green spaces around our city. How lucky am I, are all of us, that we get to live in Newton. I support more development in general and the MBTA Communities Law and the Village Center Overlay District for 3 key reasons. First, allowing our village centers to evolve means more kids get to enjoy what I did and my children still do. And it means more foot traffic to more of the shops, restaurants, dry cleaners, nail salons, barber shops, and orthodontics practices that make our village centers so much fun. Put simply, our village centers thrive with more people, and people will thrive spending more time in our village centers. Second, this is a regional effort. If Newton alone were being asked to shoulder the burden of increasing housing, I'd be skeptical. But we have a regional problem across the greater Boston area that's being addressed with a regional solution. But finally, and most importantly, we're shifting the default conversation. If you'd asked me even a year ago, my response to more density and housing growth would have been a yes, but. But over the past few months, I realize we hold pro-development to a different standard than no development. We make no development our default, as if stopping development could somehow freeze a Newton of today or the Newton of 20 years ago. But it won't. Without more people, more families, and more development, our city and villages will increasingly struggle. And without places to live, Massachusetts will continue to lose residents. Will there be challenges to the MBTA Communities Law and the Village Rezoning Plan? Of course. But we're already facing challenges of too slow and too constrained growth. With your votes in favor of the proposed Village Center Overlay District, I have full confidence Newton will overcome any challenges as a community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jane, no, folks, no. So Jane Rosanoff, followed by Karen Sweet.
Hi, I'm Jane Rosanoff at 9 Vincent Street, West Newton. Thank you for the chance to speak tonight. I'm going to focus on one thing, commuter rail service. It's inadequate and doesn't justify the high-density development being proposed for West Newton. At the most recent ZAP meeting, a councilor asked why the bulk of new development centered around commuter rail when the Green Line has much more frequent service. There was no good answer. And to me, it's like the emperor's new clothes. The entire village center rezoning proposal assumes and depends on adequate transit. And everyone knows that service at the 3 Newton train stations is inadequate, but the zoning's being proposed there as if that wasn't true. The zoning consultants came up with classifications for the village centers, basically small, medium, and large, I'd say, which has nothing to do with transit. And if the goal is for transit-oriented development, it would have made a lot more sense to classify the villages based on transit service. The most development should go in the villages with the most transit. The MBTA Communities Law requires Newton to zone for over 8,000 units because we have the Green Line, but the guidelines don't require the city to place development where there is the best transit, which in my opinion is a real loophole in the guidelines. My husband Howard took the train for years when he was working in Boston, and he could follow like a 9-to-5 schedule, and I think it works pretty well if you have that kind of schedule. We now try to use the train for appointments in Boston when we can. I looked at the schedule, the new one for October, to plan a hypothetical 11:30 doctor appointment at Mass General. I could take the 10:14 from West Newton, be back at West Newton at 2:10, and including the walks, between home and the station, that's over 4 hours for a 1-hour appointment. So in his recent interview with Fig City News, Congressman Jake Auchincloss, we all know, said that it would take $200 million to fund accessibility and allow for increased service for trains. Do we have any real assurance for that funding to rebuild the stations and then increase and maintain service? And how can you justify the huge amount of VC3, which is the most dense development in West Newton, knowing that the train service at this point will not work for most people? I've heard it said that we need the density first and then better service will follow. But without a firm commitment, it seems to me it would be a lot more prudent to add a moderate amount of density until the funding comes through. So I ask you to please revise the maps to reflect the realities of transit. There should be less density in West Newton and Newtonville and more in villages with the Green Line. I agree with the goal of fewer car trips. Howard and I share one car. Our son, who lives in Somerville, depends almost exclusively on public transit, but I don't see how the current proposal will move us towards the goal of fewer cars on the road. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Karen Sweet, followed by Pedro Arboleda, and then Luke O'Halloran.
Good evening. My name is Karen Sweet. I live at 25 Kenmore Street, and I'm a retired Newton Public School teacher. I'm very much in favor of the MBTA Communities Law. The reason that there's not enough available housing in Boston and its suburbs is that there is not enough housing, period. As Boston has grown as a center of the tech industry, the supply of housing has not kept pace with the numbers and needs of people who work here. Our country as a whole is 10 years behind in housing production, and the Boston area is 30 to 40 years behind in housing, in building housing relative to the demand for it. People who work in Boston naturally want to live near where they work or near transit stations, particularly people with low incomes, which is a lot of people. If people have to move to more and more remote suburbs, which wherever I go, I meet people who live further and further out, especially younger people. If that happens because we in Newton do not want the city to change by allowing greater housing growth, I think that is wrong. Duplexes, triple-deckers, townhouses, and small apartment buildings, as permitted by the new law, is a reasonable and measured way to increase the housing supply. Housing production would yield benefits, such as helping businesses retain workers who may have unsustainable commute times and increasing the city's tax base. Importantly, the health of our environment is greatly affected by lack of housing. As I understand it, greater pollution does not result from greater density, but rather from greater urban sprawl. When workers have to go further from the center of Boston and far from public transit, they settle in places where you need a car to go anywhere, and this is environmentally unhealthy. Commuters' cars pollute and make it more time-consuming for us to go places by car. I would assert that the bad traffic all of us suffer from comes from routes 95, 9, and 90, from drivers driving long distances and not from circulation in Newton. I see the MBTA Communities Law as an opportunity to address the wealth gap and change the de facto segregation in which we have lived and continue to live. I don't think of Newton as a place that keeps exclusionary zoning codes in place to exclude minorities and low-income people, but that would be the result, just as it was the intention in many communities in the past. I think that the city of Newton will be a better place to live if it takes steps to enable not only the wealthy to own and rent homes there, but lower-income families, moderate-income people such as civil servants, teachers and service providers, the elderly living on reduced income, or our own children who are not expected to acquire the same amount of wealth as their parents. So I ask you to do all you can to support the MBTA Communities Plan. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, Pedro Arboleda, followed by Luke Mann O'Halloran.
Thank you very much. My name is Pedro Arboleda. I'm a resident at 122 Lincoln Street in Newton Highlands. And I've been a resident of Newton for 16 years, so relative newbie. Nevertheless, I'd like to raise two main points or two main issues of the proposed changes that will negatively impact us, and that's traffic and schools. As the first presenter mentioned on his first slide, village centers aim to address some challenges facing Newton, but they will also create new challenges, and those went completely unmentioned. We are swapping one set of challenges for another. One particular new challenge that stands out to me is how density of residents impacts traffic patterns. As an example, Newton Highlands already has the second highest density of resident population, more than 3 times the average density of Newton's 7.4 residents per acre. The proposed zoning changes will significantly increase this density, and these have been built in the assumption that most new residents will take advantage of public transportation infrastructure. But the thing is that more than 95% of current residents own a car, and most residents drive to work. In fact, according to the city's 2017 transportation study, 73% of Newton residents commute to work. That's only 3% below the 1980 number. So, we continue to use our cars. So what makes us think that all of these new residents will not drive to work and further significantly clog our traffic? It's a fallacy to think public transportation will be used by these new residents when the T and bus service is clearly not meeting the needs of even our current residents. The other new challenge brought by these proposed changes is the impact on our schools and our ability to meet the needs of the sudden surge of students when we can't even meet the needs of current students. How do the proponents of these changes address the negative impact these zoning changes will create in our schools? The influx of new residents will cause a very quick surge of students into an already overstrained public school system. Why do we think the tax revenue from new residents will allow us to smoothly increase school budgets? There's going to be a significant lag in getting that funding to the schools. And in the meantime, we will continue to come up short for our students and our amazing teachers, while the new tax revenue makes its way to the school budgets. In fact, if it's anything like the current school budget, it will continue to come up short to the detriment of our students and teachers. So with these issues in mind, please reconsider these proposed changes and the new significant challenges they will bring, not just the old challenges they might solve. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Man O'Halloran, followed by Patrick Song, and then Don Ross.
Thank you. My name is Luke Man O'Halloran. I live at 54 Adela Avenue in West Newton. I'm here to speak in support of the proposed rezoning. We are critically short of housing in this community, and this proposal will go a long way to address that shortage while delivering a myriad of other benefits to our city. I'd like to start by pointing out what this meeting is and what it is not. It is not a democratic representative sample of citizens of Newton. This is the gathering of the 1% of Newtonians with the strongest feelings about this proposal. The median age in Newton is 41, and if you look around the room and on Zoom, I think we're a little bit over that with the crowd here. So I think while it is good to get feedback from the community, as we are doing tonight, I would encourage the council to consider the proposal on its merits, not on the level of energy here from each side this evening. Affordability is the foremost symptom of our housing crisis. Nurses, teachers, firefighters, and municipal workers are all but priced out of our city. My family was only able to move here 3 years ago due to incredible personal luck, but I do not want to live in a city that is affordable only by the rich. Study after study has shown that contrary to the claims of some of the opponents of the proposal, new buildings do increase affordability. So we have to build to make Newton the inclusive, welcoming community that I know its citizens want it to be. I would ask the council and my fellow citizens that if they want their children to be able to afford living in Newton, if they don't go into private equity, to support this proposal. Diversifying our housing stock with apartments will also serve local residents who want more options. I know many grandparents here in Newton, including some of my children's, would love to be able to eventually move from their single-family homes with all the maintenance, leaf raking, and snow shoveling that entails, and downsize to an apartment in an elevator building right in their community. Right now, we do not have enough units of this kind to meet this demand, but this proposal will enable them to be built. More housing in our village centers will also allow more Newtonians to follow a car-light lifestyle, keeping traffic off of our roads, lowering our carbon footprints, and enabling our city to do our part locally in the global crisis of climate change. More pedestrians and cyclists on our streets will help keep our kids and cities safe. Permitting the construction of new housing in our village centers will revitalize those centers with more residents, foot traffic, and street life. This will prove a boon to our current set of businesses and will surely lead to even more exciting local options. I live right between West Newton and Newtonville, and you can see a clear difference between the bustle of Washington and Walnut Streets in Newtonville with the new arrivals of Clover, Mita, and several other stores, and the empty storefronts down in West Newton. I also wanted to point out the example of the barn, which was it was a good example of a local business that was able to successfully relocate with redevelopment into the property at Trio. Finally, I wanted to close by attempting to bring some context to the conversation and hopefully lower the temperature. The proposed rezoning is not going to force anyone to do anything. It will simply expand the options available to property owners in a small piece of our city. If we pass this proposal, people who live in single-family homes will keep them, and there will be more options for people to live in apartments and condos, village centers, if they would like to. Our village centers, indeed our entire city, will be healthier, more welcoming, and more diverse. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Patrick Song is next, followed by Don Ross. He spoke. Okay, I wonder why he's on this list. Okay, again, then. All right, thanks very much. You're right. Don Ross, followed by Ina Frank, I believe.
Thank you very much. Yes, my name is Don Ross, 211 Winslow Road, and I'm a member of the Electric Vehicle Task Force in Green Newton, and I'm concerned about climate change. Consequently, I support the new Village Center zoning proposals. So I rise to let the councilors know who are going to be voting in favor that you do have support out here in the community in favor. When greater density is allowed in village centers throughout all of Newton's villages, people can live close to transit, work, restaurants, shopping. Fewer car miles will be needed. There won't be more traffic as residents can walk to eat and shop. instead of driving. Building up, not out, will produce a smaller land print for housing more people. Fewer trees would have to be cut down. The Commonwealth and Newton do have this housing crisis. Young people and city employees of Newton can't find affordable housing. These zoning changes will encourage more construction of affordable, yes, affordable housing is going to be required. And this housing will be near public transport, and this will make it better for climate change. I don't see how people can keep saying these changes will be bad for business. The zoning proposals will create more foot traffic and customers, which will help, not hurt, local existing businesses. They will thrive. I look at Austin Street, all the concerns and all were raised, and all I see is many residents patronizing the local businesses in Newtonville, enjoying the plaza and all too. And it was just mentioned about schools. Well, school enrollments are declining significantly. They're talking about closing an elementary school. So I think these changes too will be gradual over years. All the existing buildings won't be torn down immediately. Could be a project in one village or in another project in another center, but not likely all the projects in all village centers at once. So I figured you'd be hearing a lot of opposition tonight, so I just wanted to get up here and let you know that there are people out here who do recognize the advantages for climate, housing, business that these zoning proposals will produce, and all the work you're putting into it. So I encourage you to go ahead and vote in favor of this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ross. Ina Frank, are you here? Please, okay, you're taking her place.
Yeah, this is Jane Franz, retired teacher with terrible handwriting. My name is Jane Franz, and I live at 12 Glastonbury Oval. I'm here tonight to speak about the effect that the VOCD discussion has had on the civic life in Newton. In my opinion, it is simply sucking the oxygen out of the city. The city council.
Excuse me, Jane, could you speak into the mic?
Yes, I'm sorry. In my opinion, it is simply sucking the oxygen out of the city and this city council. I've attended meetings related to VCOD districts and heard passionate deliberations, often in raised voices. At the same time, when I've attended standing committee meetings, which I often do, the work is done, but the energy is much lower. And just recently, the City Council was willing to begin deliberations on the use of $26 million at 10:30 at night, at the tail end of a 3-hour meeting. I found this simply shocking. My greatest concern is how the growing anger in this council is now affecting other parts of the civic life in our city. Drive through Newton. There are lawn signs on every imaginable issue. And the goal for each side on each issue is singular. Have we lost the ability to compromise? Have we lost an interest in getting to yes? How divisive has this gotten? I think we've seen it tonight. Many residents plan to vote in the upcoming election based on a single vote you will take, despite your hard work on many issues. How incomprehensible has it become? I've heard people say they won't vote for a candidate who has certain names on their endorsement list. That one is really next level in my book. I do understand that ZAP must continue its work, but other essential issues must be addressed with the same level of energy as well. You are talented people who bring different perspectives and knowledge to the table. The city needs to see you. Use your talents and perspectives to make Newton a better city for all residents in an uncertain future. And right now, though you may be trying to do so, very few people see it. I urge you to make compromises to get to yes, so that you can vote on the overlay district plan and move forward with the same vigor on initiatives that address
you.
other pressing issues in the city.
Thank you very much. Jane, I apologize. I just couldn't read the name. It was tiny. Okay, the next person is, I hope I get this one right, Lem Cadis. And from 7 Clifton Road, Lem Cadis. No, I can read your name, but you're in the wrong place. Oh, you have to go around or through the chairs. While you're doing that, the next person after you is Ed Daly, followed by Jack Leader.
It's Leon Cadis, 7 Clifton Road.
Leon Cadis, welcome. Please
My
state your...
penmanship is terrible.
That's okay. Go
Mason
ahead.
Rice, they didn't do a good job of it.
Please go ahead.
All right. I'm not going to go into too many details. However,
Your name and address, please.
Leon Cadis, 7 Clifton Road, Newton Center. I've been living here since 1961, and I'm opposed to any of this, frankly, because I think it's going to be destructive to the city. As far as Newton Center is concerned, I see it thriving. Every restaurant, every establishment is open. They're doing well, and I don't see any need for change. I think this is driven more by ideology than it is by common sense. To increase the population by 20,000 people, including Needham Street, and the building they just rammed into a parking lot in Newton Center, is going to bring down the quality of life. And a lot of young people that I know that lived here are not buying homes, even though they can afford it. They're going to Wellesley, Needham, and other areas because the quality of life and the structures are much more attractive. So I definitely think it's a bad idea, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ed Daly, followed by Jack Leader.
Good evening. I am Ed Daly. Our family lives at 67 Maplewood Avenue in Newton's smallest village, Teeville. At the same time, however, we are all residents of Newton. I served as a member and chair of the Planning Board under Ted Mann, and as a member and chair of David Cohen's Inclusionary Zoning Commission. Our proposed ordinance was adopted by the then Board of Aldermen. Reality is, however, that our efforts over many years to foster development of affordable housing have been incremental at best. The need is much greater than what has been developed to date. Regrettably, our entire state is in a housing crisis, and we must be part of the solution. Not for Newton alone, but for all of what is called the Commonwealth. I wish to applaud this committee, the Planning Department, the Planning Board, and other council members who have recognized this need and have worked to fashion a village center zoning ordinance that offers real hope for sound development of affordable housing, both at the residential neighborhood and village center scales. The draft ordinance in version 3, in my view, is the product of a highly skilled, comprehensive planning process and an effort to listen to and incorporate insights and requests by citizens and council members. I have listened to a number of ZAP hearings, and that has been apparent to me. Nothing is perfect, but this is an extraordinary effort that we should grasp now, right here and right now. I hope you will choose promise over fear, because I think promise is the way of the future. I urge the ordinance's adoption.
Thank you, Mr. Daly. Jack Leader, you are next. And then I'm going to go back online.
Okie dokie. Is this okay now? The sound?
Perfect.
Great. My name is Jack Leader. I live at 613 California Street, Newton, Mass. My family moved to Newton in 1959 from Western Massachusetts. They picked Newton and then Newtonville itself for its location to Boston, the Newton school system, and the villages that were within walking distance. There was a Star Market, a small kosher bagel bakery, music stores, a liquor store, 5 drugstores. Essentially all the goods and services a family would need within 7 or 8 blocks, and the Catholic school was 5 blocks away. You could live in Newton at that time with 1 car, as everything was within walking distance. It was a good quality of life. The construction of the Mass Pike started in 1961, and that changed Newton and its villages on the north side for the foreseeable future. With the exception of the Star Market being built over the Pike in 61, and the Newton Corner Gateway office building and hotel in 72, everything was left unchanged. Auburndale, West Newton, and Newtonville kept their train stops that were never handicap accessible after the Pike came through. A Kentucky Fried Chicken, as my father said, is not an improvement over the Bluebell Diner or the Silhouette. So my parents moved in 1983. They voted with their feet for a better quality of life. As nothing was changing, nothing was being improved. There was stagnation. The villages of Newton were frozen in time and not in a good way. CVS came in and destroyed all the drugstores. I guess that is a change. But all the housing that was destroyed by the Mass Pike, the 2- and 3-family houses that were affordable in that time, were not replaced and never replaced. No new apartment buildings, no hotels. Newtonville lost its vibrancy. There was no quality of life. The villages had lost their natural base. People who lived and some who worked within 4 to 5 blocks. Small restaurants closed. Cottage Donuts closed to be replaced with the frozen donuts of Dunkin'. It became a train stop surrounded by nail salons and banks. And I'm running out of time. I'm going to talk very quickly about the Austin Street parking lot was transformed, keeping the spaces, and housing was put up on top. That helped create the vibrancy that Newtonville has now. All right, it added some affordable housing, not as much as we need. It was not an easy task. And the aldermen whose feet were cemented in 1959, some of them are still here today.
Finish your sentence.
Newtonville is a testament to what a vibrant village can be. And I think under the changes that you propose, we can have more vibrant villages. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, folks. That was about a dozen people, so I'm going to go online. As long as people, I have another dozen people who haven't spoken yet online. The first one is Alan Gordon, followed by Nancy.
Hi, my name is Alan Gordon. I live at 27 Floral Street, Newton Highlands, and I'm here to talk in support of the zoning ordinance. I'm on the board of Green Newton. I won't repeat some of the comments that my fellow board member Don Ross stated, so I'll be quick. But I am fairly close to Walnut Street. Certainly, there are some buildings on Walnut Street around the corner that are not undeveloped, abandoned buildings. I think this ordinance would help the owners of those buildings develop those into vibrant buildings that would add to the community, add to the village. They would provide affordable housing, 2-minute walk from the T station. I do take the T into work sometimes. I drive in sometimes. I agree the T, currently the service level isn't great, but I'm optimistic that there will be a future date when that will be better and more people will want to live near the T stations and commute regularly to work on the T. So I'm in complete support of this. And I agree with Don that you're hearing more negative responses tonight. You know, I respect the opinions of everyone on both sides, but I'm here for support and I'll yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Nancy, please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Nancy Sharby. I live at 38 Charlemont Street. And in case that number rings any bells, they're building 400 units of housing at the end of my street and 1,200 units of housing across Needham Street. So I have very mixed feelings about the need for new units. Many people have spoken about things that interest me, so I'm only going to focus on 2 things. One is limits. I have no problem with increased density or increased housing, but what are the limits? It sounds like every space that's currently zoned will be able to be built. And there's no limits, it sounds like, in terms of affordable housing, which is, they're not going to build affordable housing if they don't have to. And I want to give you an example of down the street from my house on Winchester Street. A lovely old Victorian was just torn down. And in its place, the property was raised. All the bushes, all the trees, all the plantings were torn down. There are 4 houses or 4 homes, 2 units on either side, have gone up 3,000 square feet each, it looks like, probably go for $2 million each. All the space between the buildings is asphalt for driveways. The houses are 7.5 feet from the property lines on either side, which is allowable. There's no space in the back and 20 feet in the front. Took down all the trees, which, as we know, take carbon out of the air, provides cooling, no place for children to play. So that's one concern. The other concern I have is I've heard about 30-something people speak, and nobody has spoken to people like me. I moved to Newton when I was 25 years old. I raised my family here, and I still live here in the house that I bought. But Newton is not so much for me anymore. I have not heard one single word, nor read one single word about what we're doing to help people age in place. The largest minority population in America is people with disabilities. The older you get, the more likely you are to be disabled. People my age have a 40% disability rate. What? No wheelchairs? Well, there's arthritis, there's hearing impairments, there's vision impairments, there's cardiac problems, there's respiratory problems. If you have those kind of problems, there's no way the villages are necessarily walkable. I believe there should be a requirement that every single block in VC1 and VC2 should be required to have a bench for people to sit and rest. And that bench should have some sort of shading. So you want people to walk around, we need to take people to sit and rest. No one has talked about housing that is accessible for people with any kind of impairment. I'm not going to go into details because there's no time, but there's something called universal design, which makes housing very accessible for people with all kinds of movement and hearing and use disorders. It costs no more to create a house new with universal design than it does to make without universal design.
Thank
it does
you,
not
Nancy.
just help.
I'm sorry, Nancy, you're out of time, but would you please say your last name once more?
Oh, S-H-A-R-B-Y, Sharby.
Thank you so much. If you have more to say, you can please write us, or you can call me personally if you like.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thanks. The next is, again, first name only, Larry, followed by Karen Sherman. Larry, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. My name is Larry Aller. I and my wife live in West Newton at 10 Alden Place. We've lived here for close to 15 years, and our children are growing up in Newton Public Schools. My wife is covering bath time and bedtime so I can be here. We share the goals of effective planning for higher densities and affordable housing, especially near public transportation. However, the current zoning proposals are incomplete and ineffective. It's clear they do not effectively capture and achieve community or local business needs, input, or realities. Furthermore, it's also clear from input in these sessions that many of those supporting the current zoning proposals are not considering the full scope of what is necessary to effectively achieve the goals many of us share. I'm a member of Green Newton, and I do not support the proposal as currently structured. Just to speak to one example tonight of several that exist, we must think and plan about education and the impact on capacity for our schools and how that affects the quality of life for our neighborhoods. We also need to think about traffic, but I will speak tonight about education. This has not been done. Instead, we've been told many different ways that it's not the time for it. Representing that we should be doing zoning updates without thinking about these things is faulty and inaccurate. It kicks things down the road and is deeply damaging for our community. Maybe good politics, but it's very cynical and it needs to be dealt with now. Many people that I know share these perspectives. You don't hear from us much. It's because we're busy getting our kids to bed on a school night. Based on data from TRIO, 28 Austin, and Avalon, with the amount of units that we're talking about, we need to be planning for a 20 to 40% increase in capacity for Newton school enrollment. That is something that we can push to later, given the time and requirements of planning and budgeting that we're all experiencing in Newton for education today. My request for our representatives: consider the necessary infrastructure updates. Second, VC2 and VC3 zoning should not be by right. It should be done through a density bonusing structure that developers earn by providing benefits to the community. We should not give it away. If we do, that is a failure of our city government's representation of the community. Do not make zoning updates more than the units that are required. And finally, please be complete and accurate in your thinking. To use a metaphor here, this zoning update is a ship that's had a lot of good work done on it, but it has holes below the waterline, the way it is currently structured. If you launch it, it will fail. You will not achieve the goals that we all share. It needs change. Please listen to the input from the community that you claim to collect and want, because we do not see that happening. We see a lot of collection, but we see very little action on the input from the community about what is needed for change. Thank you.
Thank you. Karen Sherman, you are next, followed by Patty.
Thank you. I'm Karen Sherman, 57 Pinecrest Road, Newton Center. First, I just want to acknowledge all who have spoken so far about opposing this present zoning plan. There's a lot of soul, a lot of really great comments, and I hope that you guys are really listening and taking this all in, because it's really very moving to hear everybody's comments. So I feel like we're being sold the Brooklyn Bridge, this whole proposed plan, and I'm just going to try and be as brief as possible because I'm exhausted, and I think I just sent a letter to you guys because I'm falling asleep. I was just going to try and focus on traffic, which I experience on a daily basis, and even just today, going to pick up my mom at 2:00 in the afternoon, going from Newton Center over to Upper Falls. Having grown up here, my mom grew up here. My mom was born and raised here, as well as myself. And luckily, I know different alternative routes, but it doesn't really seem to matter. There's just traffic is just getting worse and worse. And after being out with my mom for many hours, coming home 128 North, my mom starts in on which exit should we take, because traffic is just, she's still driving and she can't stand the traffic. And do we get off at Com Ave? Do we get off at 16? Do we get off at Route 9? Do we get off at Needham Street? Like 6 o'clock, they're all bad. And we just decided by whim, we'll try 16 and we'll just cut through Woburn onto Chestnut Street. Well, Chestnut Street was so backed up at the stop sign where Route 9 is. It was like 25 cars back. It's just ridiculous. And then coming home, I had to go to Staples, and it's like, leaving Newton is great, but coming into Newton, it's always an issue. 3 days of a week. I have to leave my house, hopefully by 7:15, no later, to go to the Mass Pike, heading east downtown. And if I leave any later, sometimes even at 7:15, just to get from my house to the Mass Pike, it's like, I just don't understand with all this proposed housing and density and so forth. It's just, I don't know how traffic will get better. People are not going to get rid of their cars. And I'm also really concerned about losing more space, being able to look up and see the sky. If I have a neighbor on either side of me, it's going to build this huge home. It's going to shadow over, just like it's already happened in other people's neighborhoods. So I really, really hope that we have more of these hearings, that you guys really take some time, and that this does not go through. It just sounds horrible, horrible, horrible. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Patty. Looks like by your picture, it's Patty Kellogg. Am I right? Are you unmuting, Patty? Patty, are you there? Patty? Maybe she's stepped away.
Hi.
Patty, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, please go ahead.
Sure. First, my full name is Patty Kellogg, and I live at 29 Manchester Road in Newton Highlands. I'd like to thank all of the people before me who have spoken so compellingly about the importance of preserving the wonderful character of our villages. Keeping the by right height to 3.5 stories or lower in most of the villages, but especially I'm concerned with Newton Highlands, is key to preserving that character. I like what the woman before me said about buildings that are so high that you have to look up out of your window to see the sky. Not okay. But keeping the by right lower would still allow for improved housing density. My greatest concern is that we need to be realistic before we are idealistic about a building height, but also for parking. We really do need parking. People really do use their cars to drive their children to activities. Their people who are aging need a car because public transportation is too difficult, getting to the doctors, so forth. Minimally, I think that 1 to 1.5 spaces, depending on how big an apartment or a condo is that's being built, should be a minimum requirement for all new apartments and condominiums. Otherwise, the streets are going to be clogged, and I don't know what's going to happen during the winter parking ban with all those cars that people surely will have when they move into all of these hundreds of new apartments. Further, I think it would be very helpful to have more public parking near the Green Line in the Highlands. I think you need to consider the benefits of public parking, not just for being able to use the T, but also for access to the shops and the vibrancy of our villages, and to our residents who do need a place to park during the winter ban. Thanks so much to all of you on the committee for this overlay zoning issue. A lot of work that you've done. I appreciate it, and good luck with the proper vote. Thanks so much. Bye.
Thank you. Mr. Greenlee, you are next, and followed by Lana Camille.
Okay. Hi, thank you. Rob Greenlee here, 66 Stratford Road, for about 35 years. I really appreciate the opportunity to comment. I'm trusting that we must move forward with to comply with the rules to create the 8,330 units. My comment is about the distribution of the red VC3 zones in order to achieve that 8,330 number. My observation is that the VC3 red zones are concentrated in higher proportion in the north villages along the commuter rails. It just seems logical that those denser red zones should be concentrated more about the regular MBTA green line. In particular, it's striking that the red zone's absence in Chestnut Hill, where there is a T-stop, also Waban and Elliott Station, and they have a noticeably smaller number of that VC3 zone comparison to the north side along the commuter rail. So you currently have extra leeway with the new MBTA mixed use requirements with the current count of 9,300 units, which is almost 1,000 more than the 8330 requirement. So with that extra leeway, I suggest that you reduce the density along the commuter rail and also in the Northampton Village, and subsequently add it to Waban, Elliott, Chestnut Hill, and other places along the Green Line. I think Jane Rosenkrantz spoke earlier to this very well. I also just want to pick up on what former Alderman Parker's point about two-way door thinking versus just one-way door thinking. What we set in place now really is going to make a difference going forward. So please do what you can with the remaining months to look at creative ways of mitigating some unintended consequences, maintaining the future flexibility, and that includes affordability of housing and the implications that I've heard tonight about additional cars and parking. And then I think Larry, with the kids that putting to bed, he talked about having some density bonus structure. I don't know what that is, but it sounds like some creative alternative ways to consider how we do this thing. So thank you for considering it. Thank you for your work, and look forward to seeing how this works out.
Thank you, Mr. Greenlee. Lana Camille, followed by Peter Pinch.
Good evening. So first of all, I want to thank you for listening to all our opinions and all our thoughts. And there was quite a bit that I heard from both sides. I have been living here for over 30 years. My parents first moved in about 35 years ago. I moved away to Somerville, came back a couple of years ago, making a big investment for me to return to Newton Center. When I'm looking at the map right now, we are in VC2 zone, but we are literally touching the red zones, the VC3 zones. And what I'm imagining is that the height of the buildings that are technically proposed, I would like to know if there will be shadow studies or something similar to that. Several people ago, we're talking about not seeing the sun and just having a lot of shadows coming from taller structures. So this is number one. Number two, once again, coming from Somerville that is quite crowded right now, I have experienced a lot of the congestion and traffic, and recognizing that living right now in a, not a high rise, but a building, apartment building right now, and having several other ones, how many people are actually going to be driving? So I just want to echo again the congestion from the cars. And personally, I don't drive, but I do not imagine that many other people will be doing the same thing. So I want to really encourage you thinking about people having several parking spots that are living in this building. It's very difficult as someone who doesn't drive and uses primarily MBTA for transportation, even going grocery shopping and things of that type. The last thing that I wanted to mention is living through the construction. Dust, lack of green spaces during the construction. This is not a short time. You are living here for several years while these buildings are being erected. And so, yes, we're thinking about people that are going to come into Newton, but I think it's very important to think of people that currently live in Newton, that have invested in Newton, that have moved here, that are having their families, growing their kids. So I think it's a lot of different things that are really important to take into consideration. Thank you again, and have a good evening.
Thank you. Could you state your address for the record?
33 Pole Street, number 39.
Thank you. Okay, next is Mr. Pinch, Peter Pinch, followed by Nate.
My name is Peter Pinch, and I live at 65 James Street in West Newton, Ward 4. This is my first time speaking at any public hearing. My family moved to Newton 15 years ago, looking for a place to grow up and go to school. Newton was very attractive, but not too affordable. We ended up downsizing from where we were living in Framingham. I gave up my garage, and we ended up paying quite a bit more, but it was worth it. I found Newton to be a warm, welcoming community, and I want that to continue. The modest house that we downsized to has doubled in value since we bought it, and now it's worth over $1 million, which I find very alarming. I worry with the current cost of housing and the limited options for new residents that the diversity that drew me to Newton is going to diminish. So I was enheartened when the state put forward the MBTA Communities Act, because I think it'll break the logjam of zoning. And I think this village center overlay is a good start, but we are going to have to do better. We have a lot to do as a community to be welcoming to new residents. I'm also concerned about the climate and sustainability. I work in Cambridge 3 days a week, but I stopped driving since the pandemic. It can be done. I think this plan is making the right choices to center public transportation and give future residents the opportunity to live without a car, or at least with fewer cars. I want to thank the council for the opportunity to speak tonight, and I encourage them to move ahead with this plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see, Nate, and then Mr. Vahey. Please go ahead.
Hi, everyone. My name is Nate Mogadam. I was basically born and raised in Newton on Newton Center, and now I live on 57 Pond Street in Nonantum. And I just wanted to raise a couple issues that I see. I think there's a lot of traffic that a lot of people have been pointing out, getting from Nonantum to, let's say, Needham Street, bringing the kids somewhere, during the day or in the evening. It's taking a lot of time. I mean, my parents still live in Newton Center, and just going to see them takes now upwards to 15, 20 minutes. And I don't see it getting any better. I think we're doing too much in the city too quickly. We've all gone through a ton since COVID. And now I think there's just so much change so quick. And I see issues with it. The traffic. My daughter says she has to wait at a crosswalk for minutes. People just look at her and drive right by. I know that might just be her experience, but I heard other people share the same experience tonight. I was told by people in the police force we're understaffed. Around half the police vehicles have rejection stickers on them. I mean, how are we going to address that? And I hear a lot about affordable housing, and so I wanted to just comment specific to Nonantum. Nonantum, we have Lincoln Elliott. It's a Title I school, so we are lower income. And it is an affordable place, but I don't see how building these, what looks like going to be luxury condos or whatever, I don't really see that as helping the cause. And while, enrollment's dropping in the schools, a lot of that's due to the parents taking their kids out and putting them into private school because the schools don't have the resources. And that's really worrying. I went to Mason Rice, and it was completely different than what I'm seeing today at Lincoln Elliott. And so those are the things that really concern me. Of course, development has its benefits. I mean, we need to change, we need to grow, but I just don't get the sense that all the issues that the community is raising today, especially in Nonantum, are being looked into enough. So that's what I wanted to bring up. I'm worried about traffic. I'm worried about the schools. I don't think the city has the resources, even specifically speaking about the police. And, just speaking about Nonantum specifically, it's we already are an affordable place to live, and people are happy here. The school is a Title I school. It's the only one in Newton. So if anything, I mean, some of these changes are okay, but I respectfully ask that some consideration be given to Nonantum that be omitted at least from this first phase. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Vahey, please state your name and address, and followed by Myra Ferry.
Hi, I'm Michael Vahey. I live at 33 Stanley Road in Walden. My issue with this proposal is that the Village Center Overlay District is being kind of hijacked in the sense that like the MBTA Communities Act is totally separate from it. And I think like if we got away from thinking about worrying about the village centers, we could focus on the MBTA Communities Act compliance and the benefits that it would bring in terms of affordable housing. If you look at the MBTA Communities Act, there's nothing that requires you to build a lot of like tall apartment buildings. It's basically a lot of the presentations that they have on their website show that you're going from a single family to a two family, or from a two family to a three family. There's nothing saying there you're going to build a 100 unit apartment building. And that's also saying that it's 15 units per acre. This is going to give you a lot more density by building these apartment buildings than is required in the law. It's also saying that you should be looking at everything within about a half mile of every T stop. So if you're thinking about that, we're excluding Chestnut Hill, we're excluding Woodlands, we're excluding a lot of them. And if you look at the ones where we are building, we're barely covering an eighth of an acre an eighth of a mile. If look at the dotted lines that are around these maps, and we're not even getting to a quarter of a mile. We're not even getting to the half of a mile. If you built more MRT type housing, you'd fulfill the 8,000 without having to go into the village centers and build these massive apartment buildings. So that's something we should be looking at. We should be looking at going to putting more MRT as opposed to doing more of these VC2 and VC3 buildings. The other thing in the MBTA Communities Act, and they stress it very clearly, is there should be no age restrictions, and it should be for families with children. And this idea is being lost because the only people, no family is really going to go live in these expensive apartment buildings. That's not where you're going to set up roots. That's not where you're going to want to grow and contribute to the community. That's not where you're going to build a business. You're just transient. You're going to be there for a few years. You're going to age, maybe it's somebody who's sold their house and wants to age out, but that's not the future of what Newton or the area is. So we need to get back to the idea of like, let's look at the MBTA Communities Act. Let's set aside this idea of this village center away from it. Because I think if we do that, it's going to be for the good.
Thank you, Mr. Vahey. Next is Myra Ferry. Thank you. Followed by Ellen Weinberger. Please go ahead.
Yes, my name is Myra Ferry. I live at 515 Center Street, which is Newton Corner. This is a multifamily building and an excellent example of how a historic building can be adapted and reshaped to provide more housing, especially for seniors like us who need accessibility and walkability. I'm strongly in favor of both the MBTA zoning demand for targeted housing in and around transit areas. I would say Newton Corner is also a transit area because it is the 57 and the Downtown Express bus, which are every bit as good as the Green Line, maybe better. I'm strongly in favor of both the Village Center overlay districting, in part because it's not a demand that somehow or another people rush in and remake everything suddenly on these higher possibilities. Nobody is saying that. And I think there's a lot of panic here over nothing. I think the Village Center overlay is a very responsible, forward-thinking way of approaching an issue of measured, reasonable accommodation for a need for change. I hear and I appreciate the passion with which my fellow citizens, or at least some of them, are insisting that everything is fine now. They grew up here, they love Newton, they've always loved Newton, and they don't need to see anything change. I disagree strongly. I think we do need to change. I don't think everything is fine now. And if you simply listen to what people say about the amount of traffic, you know that there needs to be more walkability, more public transit, more bike lanes, more ways of getting some of those cars off the street. We need to be welcoming to new residents. I mean, I appreciate how long some people have lived in Newton. We've lived in Newton for all of 4 years. And I love Newton, and I'm glad that we could move here. And I'm glad that we could have an opportunity to downsize and move into an area that is both walkable and not excessively urban. I don't see any of the village center overlay districts as urbanizing Newton. I think it's offering the opportunities to others that we are already enjoying. I don't think the village center overlay district, as much as it is a great first step of concentrating some new development, insofar as new development is going to happen, let's concentrate it where it can be of the most use.
Thank you, Ms. Ferry. I'm very sorry you're at over 3 minutes, but I really appreciate your comments. And if you have more to say, please consider writing to us. But I have to move on with speakers. Ellen Weinberger is next, and then I'm going to come back into the room.
Hi, I'm Ellen Weinberger, and my family and I live at 126 Elliott Ave on the north side of Newton in West Newton. I'm very concerned about the density and increased heights proposed in the village center overlay districts. Our north side villages will bear much of the burden of this increased density and out-of-scale buildings with the proposed zoning. And while I appreciate the need for growth and modernization, it must be done with respect for our past, or we will be the losers. These are some of the oldest villages with a wealth of historic buildings that give our villages character. Many of us fear the loss of these structures once the land they're on is upzoned, increasing the incentive for teardowns. I have a specific request that may help relieve the pressure on our historic buildings. In the latest version of the village center zoning, adaptive reuse was removed from district zones VC2 and VC3. This change will mean there is no incentive to keep any of the buildings in a village center. In fact, it provides incentive to just tear them all down if they're not landmarked. And there are only 30 Newton landmark protected buildings in the whole city. Without adaptive reuse for VC2 and VC3 zones, buildings will be leveled as they were for Trio in Newtonville, and in the now empty lot in West Newton where Dunstan East may someday be built. With the loss of this physical history, our villages will become indistinguishable from any street in America. We will lose our sense of place as each historic building is replaced. I ask that you add adaptive reuse back to VC2 and VC3 and give developers incentive to reuse and build onto the historic buildings in our village centers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I have a shorter list of people in the room. I think 3, 6, 9, 11 folks. If there's anyone who hasn't signed up yet, oh, there's more. Thank you. Thank you. And still, if anyone has not signed up, please do so. And I'm going to finish the list that's before me, which begins with Ron Sensale and followed by Helena Brown. Ron, are you here? If not, I will start with Helena Brown and then go to John Pierce.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Helena Brown. I live at 56 Cloverdale Road in Newton Highlands. Today, I speak on behalf of Newton Citizens Commission on Energy, which I chair. Newton Citizens Commission on Energy fully supports the proposed zoning changes that were presented today. The proposed new zoning corrects the unfortunate exclusionary zoning that was introduced in 1987. It opens the door for the type of future development that might allow our children, grandchildren, and their offspring to live in a thriving, diverse, open, and financially stable city. It will revive businesses in village centers, which are dying for lack of drop-in customers. I heard a lot of testimony today about the thriving Nonantum, and I cannot speak to that. But where I live, Newton Highlands, we have so many empty storefronts, and 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the village is dead. Shops closed, nobody is there. I would like to see it come back to life. This is what we need to do for sustainability. It will reduce the per capita greenhouse gas emissions because less parking space and proximity to T will reduce the use of cars. Smaller dwelling units consume less energy and materials than larger ones, and a dwelling unit in a multi-residential building uses less heat per square foot than an equal-sized dwelling in a one-family or two-family building. It will bring new and younger population to Newton. Right now, more than 50% of current residents have lived in the same house for more than 30 years. We need new blood. We need more economic and cultural diversity in our city, which is increasingly becoming an enclave of wealth and the elderly. It will increase the number of smaller dwelling units, which are needed badly by all income and age group. And it will put into practice the belief that all of us, I think, have, the opponents and proponents, and that is that we are people who care about social progress, social justice, and that we reject the lifeboat mentality of us versus them. Us who are already here and them who are trying to come here.
Thank you very much. Next, John Pears, followed by Annette Seward.
Good evening. My name is John Pears, and I live at 102 Parker Avenue in Newton Islands. I've lived and worked as an architect in Newton for 40 years, and over that time I've had the good fortune to live near to 4 of the village centers, initially as a renter and eventually as an owner. My wife and I have raised 2 children who've been educated through the Newton public systems. I was a member of the EDC for 5 years. I'm here tonight to offer my strong support for the proposed zoning change in village centers. Why? To answer that, we must ask, what do we want of our village centers? These are special places within our city. They are distinct and different from the other 97% of the land within our city with single-family homes. I think we all want our village centers to offer an opportunity to live, work, shop, and play. For that to be true, we need to create a lively pedestrian realm in our village centers. For that to occur, we need mixed use and multifamily. We need to increase housing, and along with that, affordable housing. I've noticed some people did not seem to understand that the housing will require an affordable component, so at least 20% will be affordable. The proposed VCOD does all of that, creating an option for increased height and density in return for providing housing. VCOD, in my opinion, is cleverly crafted with the MRT, VC2, and VC3 zones. MRT is particularly clever. I only recently read it in detail, and I think it's a clever solution. The combination of these three zones will create a very harmonious three-dimensional landscape. If you picture Newton kind of like that, this now does that. So there's a strong kind of transition that occurs between the highest parts in the center, scaling down to 3.5 stories and then down to 2.5 stories in the surrounding area. This downsizing creates a sensitive transition to the surrounding single-family neighborhoods. Parking. I'm sure that some citizens are concerned with vehicle parking not being required. I'd like to assure folks that having designed thousands of multifamily units all over the country in large and small projects, developers always provide what the market demands. Developers will always build the right amount of parking to meet the needs of the renters or buyers, regardless of zoning. Not requiring parking is different than not allowing parking. I'm going to stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If you stopped and have more, please submit your remarks for us. Thank you. Annette Seward, followed by Elena Wright.
My name is Annette Seward. I live at 17 Davis Street in West Newton. And among my concerns are concerns about traffic and parking. Currently, the plan for the Santander lot in West Newton Square is for 50 underground parking spots for the 50 residential units and 13 above-ground spots for the 100-plus seat restaurant. Given that parking is already challenging in West Newton, that will create an even bigger parking problem since most Newton residents can't get to West Newton via public transportation. More developments, especially with retail on the ground level, will have an even greater impact on parking and traffic in general with the influx of cars and people driving around looking for a place to park. Certainly, we can assume that people from outside each village center will be patronizing these retail establishments and visiting their friends in the new developments. In West Newton in particular, on numerous occasions in bad weather over the winter and early spring, as well as over the summer with the popularity of the Barbie movie, people, in their desperation, for lack of a better word, to park, disregarded no parking signs and parked in ways that were not only prohibited, but also created dangerous situations for drivers and pedestrians. Although I would love to be able to walk or take public transportation to get all around Newton, it simply isn't feasible. And to insist that our village centers are transit-oriented because a commuter rail goes through them is disingenuous. While the T makes some village centers fairly accessible, that is not the case for many of our village centers. We have to take traffic and parking into consideration. These are local issues that must be addressed at the local level. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Elena Wright, followed by...
Yes, I'm Elena Wright. I live at 94 Ridge Ave.
Go ahead.
I grew up poor. And I could only hope to be able to live in Newton someday. Microphone. And after graduating from college and working for 15 years, my husband and I saved enough money to buy a house in Newton. We bought a workers' cottage in Newton Upper Falls near the old mill. What made Newton so desirable was that we had a child who was ready to go to school. And the schools here were very agreeable. The place was very livable. The houses in our neighborhood all had backyards with green grass growing and trees. We were right near the river, which we thought was a good idea. It was suburban, not urban. Suburban means single-family houses, two-family houses, trees, yards, green space. Not open paved space, but green space. It was necessary to have a car to get to work. My husband had one, I had one. We had to drive our kids to school when they closed the neighborhood school that we had moved thinking we would have our children walk to school. We had to take cars to get to work, doctor's appointments, grocery shopping, everything. Now, faced with the new MBTA law, we're forced to densify. We're forced to go from suburban to urban. We can retain the character of our suburban villages in which buildings are not so close to one another that there's no room for green space. There's open space that's paved, like we have at Trio, completely paved. There are trees growing in cement pots around the outside, and they call that open space. The buildings are so close to each other that there's no sunlight reaching those trees. They won't live very long, but they'll be replaced and new trees will go into the pots. The shadows of those buildings, since there's only the Trio going all the way down the length of Washington Street, is one thing, but when you start massing them all up, you end up with shadows that overlap the open space that is there. We need to stop the Village Overlay Project, which has its roots in pre-COVID data. Someone here said today that the research started 11 years ago, and certainly many things have changed since we have gathered data on what is needed and about how we actually live. Shopping now is often online.
I'm sorry, you're out of time, but could you please submit your remarks so we can see what else you had to say? Thank you very much. I'm having trouble reading the next name. It's Scott. Something from...
It's me, sorry.
Oh, okay, great. Please say your name.
Terrible handwriting. Scott Wyman Nagel. I live at 9 Asheville Road in Lower Falls. I won't rattle off my family's historical connections to Newton because I don't believe that where my father was born or where my grandmother went to church gives me the right to tell anyone else where or how they should live. I'm strongly in support of the Village Center Overlay District. For a pretty simple reason. There's a regional housing crisis in Greater Boston and in Eastern Massachusetts, nationwide. There are not enough places for people to live. There are people who have the will and the means to construct homes for people to live in this beautiful city that we all love. We should not be prohibiting people who have the means and the will from constructing these homes for people to live in. That's the only thing that's on the table. I've heard more about cars and parking and traffic tonight than I have heard about housing. We're not debating traffic policy. This is not a hearing about bike lanes or T funding. This is a hearing about zoning. The zoning in Newton is too restrictive. I believe it was a mistake in 1987 to implement a restrictive zoning policy that effectively prohibited development. The Newton that we love today was developed under a less restrictive policy. And the Village Center Overlay District brings us back to that kind of policy that allows the development for our city to thrive. And I'll leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Next, Sophia Lazaridis. Probably butchered that one too. Are you here? Terrific. Followed by Peter Smith.
Great job on the pronunciation. My name is Sophia Lazaridis. I live at 79 West Pine.
I'm sorry, let's start over with the microphone. Yeah.
My name is Sophia Lazaridis. I live at 79 West Pine. I have been a small business owner in Newton Center for 19 years and a resident of Auburndale for 10. I grew up in Watertown and went to college locally. As a small business owner, I do not suppose the current proposed zoning changes. First, it will increase traffic and decrease overall parking making an already congested center even worse. This concerns me because 60% of my clientele live outside of Newton, and about 80% of those people do not have access or cannot take public transportation. This is a tough scenario, even if they all drove EVs to get here. I hope the transportation bottleneck doesn't eventually stop them from coming, and I don't think these clients will move to the area. My business offers niche services, hair integrations, extensions, and wigs, so a local influx of people will not necessarily translate into growth and revenue. Think about it, that's potentially a 50% decrease in our revenue. Second, without an easy commute, it will be difficult to attract and retain skilled and talented employees. Most of my local small business owners share both concerns. Lastly, as a business owner, my work location is on a side street off of Center Street, which is in a butter to a proposed VC3 parcel next door and across the street. Under the proposed zoning, the modest 2.5-story, 3-family multi-use house that I work in could be swallowed up by a 5.5-story building. The properties are extremely close, separated only by adjacent driveways. The tenants who live on the second floor of our building will have views of concrete on the east and south side. Currently, the view is a lovely skyline that includes the Brookline Bank Tower and the Newton Center Green. With the zoning changes, my storefront will not be visible, the 2 apartments upstairs from my work will be hard to rent, and the sunlight blocked from our property. We have dedicated almost 20 years supporting our community and building relationships with neighbors, clients, and other local businesses. I would hate to see such drastic by-right zoning changes ruin that which we worked so hard to achieve. I would also like to add that zoning changes like this slowly eat away at home ownership, widening the gap between rich and poor, further weakening the middle class. As a resident, I don't support the zoning changes for many of the reasons that you've already heard. I just don't understand why such drastic measures need to be taken in places like Nonantum and Auburndale, where it doesn't even qualify as an MBTA neighborhood.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Peter Smith, followed by David Rockwell. Peter Smith, are you still here? He left. Okay, thank you. David Rockwell, and then David Auerbach.
Thank you. I'm David Rockwell. I live at 13 Floral Place in Newton Highlands. I am here tonight, though, to speak on behalf of the Newton Housing Partnership, on which I sit, in support of the Village Center Overlay District, as the partnership has long supported it. Just so everyone understands, our purpose at the partnership is to advise the city on ways to create and preserve housing to promote an economically diverse city.
Sir, could you please speak closer to the mic?
Oh, sorry. Is this better?
Yes.
Pardon me. The partnership has been supportive of the city's efforts to upgrade zoning in our village centers to enable new multifamily construction near transit that's currently stymied by our restrictive zoning requirements. We've voiced this support in a series of communications to your committee and to the full city council. And in voicing our support, we have consistently reminded your committee of the importance of making these zoning reforms work not only to further additional multifamily units in our village centers, but also to stimulate as much as possible housing that is truly affordable to low and moderate income households. Our members continue unanimously to support the Village Center Overlay District, but tonight we want to ask you to reconsider your recent decision to eliminate the affordability incentive for 2 more stories above what the current VCOD proposal provides. We urge you not only to restore the second additional story into the zoning proposal, but to do so in a way that enables a significant degree of truly affordable housing. That is, housing for low-income households with incomes at 60% of area median income or lower. You can do this by requiring that developers who choose to take advantage of a two-story height bonus provide a much higher quotient of affordable units than our inclusionary zoning ordinance requires. We suggest 50% of the units, aimed at target income levels well below the 65% average income level required in the inclusionary zoning ordinance. How would this work? This extent and depth of affordability we're talking about will necessarily require subsidies from sources like low-income housing tax credits and subordinate loans from the state and our city's own Affordable Housing Trust. The developers who would elect to utilize this bonus are highly effective at securing this needed support, and this two-story bonus option will both strengthen their ability to secure financing with the added scale, which will reduce per-unit subsidy needs, and it will provide that crucial expression of local support by means of expedited permitting that can mean so much to other financing and funding sources. Our call here is not new. You've heard it tonight. Concern for true affordability has been heard from Newtonians and several elected officials throughout the VCOD process, worried that these zoning reforms are not doing enough to reach low and very low-income households. These more deeply affordable development opportunities do need some scale to make them attractive to affordable housing developers, and finding such sites is one of the biggest obstacles
I'm sorry you're out of time.
that they find. So we just want to not forget affordable housing in these.
Thank you very much. Would you please submit your remarks if we weren't able to hear everything? Thank you. Okay. David Auerbach is the last on the first-time speaking list. David Auerbach must have left the room. So I think I still have a few people online who haven't yet spoken, although there's not very many people left online, but I'm going to go there before I go to this last sheet that has lots of people who have already spoken. So the next person is Catherine Gagan. And actually, if you could tell me, Catherine, if you have spoken before, it's fine, because that will just tell me that you're at the beginning of the folks who are speaking a second time. Could you just let us know?
Sure, I have not spoken before.
All right, thanks so much. Go ahead, please.
Great. Well, good evening, everybody. My name is Catherine Gagan, and I live at 13 Auburn Street in Waltham, Massachusetts. However, I have lived at 32 Fern Street in Auburndale my entire life into my early 20s, and my parents still live there today. I'm currently a graduate student getting 2 degrees from Brandeis, and I still consider the city of Newton as my home. I come before you today to advocate for the adoption of the proposed zoning districts for village centers, not only as a way to address the pressing housing crisis, but also as a way to tackle systemic inequalities and pave the path for a more inclusive, welcoming, and sustainable future for Newton. As I mentioned, I grew up in Newton, and it's incredibly disheartening to realize that I might never be able to afford to live in my hometown as an adult. Throughout my entire life, I've watched as housing costs in Newton have surged, making it increasingly unattainable for many residents, especially for young nonprofit professionals like myself. The dream of owning a home in Newton is slipping away, and this not only affects my future, but also the warmth and vitality of others in our community. I want to emphasize the importance of affordable housing and accessible public transit in Newton, both of which are key in the proposed zoning districts. These two elements are interconnected, and they're vital for the well-being of the city. Firstly, affordable housing is crucial to maintaining the socioeconomic diversity that makes Newton special. 89% of our teachers, fire, police, and other city workers do not live in the city of Newton. When housing costs rise beyond the reach of teachers, first responders, and service industry workers, we risk losing the very people who contribute to the fabric of our community. Newton has long prided itself on being an inclusive community, but we must acknowledge that the housing landscape has become incredibly exclusive due to unaffordability. The adoption of the village rezoning plan signals the commitment to inclusivity, showing that we welcome residents from all walks of life. It's about fostering a sense of belonging where everybody has the opportunity to participate in and contribute to our vibrant community. Secondly, public transit is essential in addressing the affordability crisis. The systemic inequalities in our city are glaring, particularly when it comes to housing, and skyrocketing prices have only locked out many residents like myself from affordable living options. But by moving forward with the proposed zoning districts, we take a step towards rectifying those inequalities. Efficient and accessible transportation options can alleviate the burden of high housing costs by expanding the range of areas where people can live while still having convenient access to work, education, and leisure activities. This is not just about housing and public transportation, it's about social justice and equal opportunity. Thank you so much for your attention, and I really urge you to take these critical issues into consideration as we shape the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Lisa's iPhone. Could you please unmute and tell us your name and your full name and where you live? Have you allowed her to unmute? Okay, Lisa's iPhone, are you ready? If not, I will go to the next person. Gary Markosian.
Hi, my name is Gary Margosian. I live at 52 Hazelhurst Avenue in Newton for about 15 years now. What was good, we moved from Framingham. What was good about Newton? Close to Boston, good schools, green city. Right now, with these proposed new measures, we are risking to turn Newton into something more like Quincy. And MBTA is not a solution as a transportation. My wife, for example, she works in Burlington. There is no way to get there with MBTA. I work in Cambridge. I can't use MBTA either. We have 3 kids. We need to drive them to all sorts of activities. We need to drop them off at school, pick them up. Just driving from West Newton to Newton North School, high school, at the morning take us 30 minutes. While should I drive it at night without traffic, it will be 5 to 6 minutes. So any sort of after school activities, everything. So more housing we have, we would need more capacity for streets, but we cannot make streets wider. So, and cost of building is prohibitively high right now, not because builders are greedy, but because of construction materials and everything. So those houses, those cannot be affordable. Even if you will mandate to have some percentage of affordable units in the building, then the rest of the units will be very expensive. And those people who will come to those expensive units would require not just 1 parking space or 1.3 like in Trio, but like 2 or 3 cars. We personally, family of 5, we have 4 cars. And I cannot imagine getting around with lesser number of cars. But MBTA is a good thing, but it just drives like from here to Framingham, Worcester, or Boston, nothing else. You cannot drive to Market Basket to buy groceries using MBTA. You cannot do any of that. And about a more commercial space that would presumably help businesses, it will not. I'm a landlord as well. I have commercial spaces. I can't rent because there is no demand. Small businesses are dying, and making more storefronts will not help anyone to compete with online businesses like Amazon. It's not happening. The only things that left for small businesses is to make like nail salons, hair salons, or pizza places, like service industry, personal care services. Like how many of those doing it? Like not many. So that's my point, and thank you for your time, consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Markosian. I'm going to try again on Lisa's iPhone. Lisa, are you with us? So the last 4 people who have their hands raised, I do recognize from our previous hearing, so I'll go there. Before I do, if there's anybody else online who wants to speak a second time, I can't see the whole list, but if you raise your hand, I would be able to. If you want to speak again, now's the time to raise your hand. I see 1 person has done so. So I have 5 left online. No, I don't mean that if you've spoken once before this evening. I mean if you've spoken in previous hearings. So if Lisa's iPhone is not available.
Oh, she just came on.
Okay, Lisa's iPhone. I see you're muted. Can you unmute yourself? You're admitted into the room. Please
Her
unmute.
video came on.
Okay, I'm going to move to the next person in line is Mark Hirschman.
Thank you very much. Mark Hirschman, member of the Architects Plus Zoning Consultant Group, 162 Cynthia Road. To put it simply, what is being proposed is too high for our villages, not in scale with our neighborhoods. Greater heights create a canyon effect, more and greater shadows and less green space. We need green space, air, and light in our village centers, not canyons with excessive shadows, as well as more, not less, green around our homes. High density is not the answer. It will not produce affordability, rather the opposite. Increased density can lead to gentrification. It will also lead to more displacement of local businesses. Tearing down existing usable and improvable buildings with new, more, and bigger is not environmentally friendly. It increases our carbon footprint. Imagine the daily impact on our villages during years of construction. The villages will be vibrating, not vibrant. The proposed upzoning for our village centers will lead to far more traffic and congestion. The proposal will also lead to more demands on infrastructure, including traffic, schools, sewer, stormwater. Even now, we are currently experiencing flooding throughout the city. Slow incremental change can avoid grave transformative change. We determined village scale is simply 1, 2, and 3-story buildings. Anything above that is urban, with all the complexities that accompany urban development. We should keep our village centers at 3 stories maximum. VC2 can be 3 stories with an additional half story only by special permit. We do not need VC buildings at 4.5 stories plus. This proposal includes an additional bonus floor on top of that in both VC2 and VC3 and would further transform our villages. Brookline has set limits, so can we. The proposal still includes 18-foot high first floors. The heights of first floors in our village centers are now 15 feet and less. That's plenty. The new MRT zones with 1,500 square foot footprints have no minimum lot size, similar to Somerville. The most densely populated city in New England, the buildings are packed too close together. We need to keep minimum lot size and minimum lot frontage as required in our current zoning districts. We urge this council to pause, incorporate these in our recommendations, engage our community, and rework these proposals to maintain the Garden City that we cherish so much. We are in New England.
Thank you, Mr. Hirschman.
Let's keep the look and feel of New England. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Peter Bruce, you are next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
Very, very, extremely well.
Okay. We need a new direction and a new city council. The state's requiring that Newton upzone for 8,300 new units is a serious reform. I think Mr. Vahey earlier had some very interesting ideas about how to comply with that. But the city administration and most of the city councils proposing that we upzone from 10,000 to 18,000 units is what I would call a revolution. I agree with Patrick Song that the 9,300 unit max that we heard earlier is a little bit selectively chosen. The city's proposal is also revolutionary in that it would triple the lot sizes on which buildings in our village centers can be built by right without a special permit. That takes away the public's say on these buildings fit with their neighborhoods on all kinds of issues like sustainability and affordability, which are very important. And this would apply to the vast majority of lots. This would put developers, not the democratic process, in charge of redesigning our city. We're in a period of democratic dysfunction to some extent. The last mayoral election, no major candidate informed the public that we'd be faced with such revolutionary changes, nor did these plans inform the last city council election very fully. In other words, we never voted for these changes. I agree we have to comply with the MBTA Communities Act, but I think there should be some separation between that and the VCOD proposals. Other decisions by our master planners have also been contrary to the transparent policymaking, public opinion, and current law. The city administration's recent decision to create a VC3 district in Nonanum in the 11th hour before the vote without polling the residents and local businesses about what they want, I think is not very democratic. The overriding of the vision of the Washington Street Vision Plan to allow 5 stories on Walnut Street. The planning department spent most of 2019 on that, and we just disregard the law. That's pretty arbitrary. The failure to use genuine scientific polling to engage public opinion is also, in my opinion, a big flaw. To stop the current misguided direction of our politics, we need a new majority on the city council. And we need people that will think critically and not simply assume that Econ 101 explains housing affordability, for instance. We have metrics like 2 bedrooms in our new developments in Newtonville, which are going for $5,000 a month. This is a perfect critical case study. These metrics show that it's not increasing housing affordability. If you care about affordability, racial justice, and everything else, we need a different paradigm. Please vote for candidates that think critically and who are critical of these proposals. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bruce. Annie Rains, followed by Janet Sturman.
Am I muted?
You're good. You're good. Go
My
ahead,
name is
please.
Annie Rains, and I live at 50 Court Street in Newtonville.
Please go ahead.
Well, I want to underscore that point. I live here. Court Street and neighboring streets have been home to working families since homes existed here. The proposed zoning map tries to break up Court Street down the middle, making one side a standard multi-residence district and the other side multi-residence transit. Behind the multi-residence transit would be a VC2 district that would allow 70 feet of building height with only a 5-foot rear setback. Not only is this abrupt, it is dangerous in the extreme and sets a double standard that will fracture our neighborhood and effectively banish many of us from Newton. My husband and I, we work as musicians and music teachers to pay our property taxes and support a family that includes 2 elderly people and the best dog in the world. I love my neighbors and I don't want to lose them. We already lost one, a Newton firefighter, who would clean the street of litter in his spare time. He was pressured and bought out by a developer and now commutes an hour each way from Marlboro. That was the closest place he could afford to buy a house where he could raise a family. Our neighbor Christine can't attend this meeting tonight because she's on duty right now answering Newton's emergency calls. And she said to me, she doesn't know how people think that it's going to be affordable to have so many more people without a lot more police and firefighters and dispatchers. No longer able to simply live here as part of the community, many of us will be forced to monetize our properties and move. Police, firefighters, and dispatchers will have to be outsourced more and more as they will not be able to afford the rents, and as Newton will require more and more emergency services to keep its residents safe. A lack of parking requirements does not mean a lessening of car traffic. If anything, a driverless population will depend more on Uber, Lyft, DoorDash, Amazon, and other corporate-owned car-based services. No analysis has taken these 21st century innovations fully into account. There's a big difference between elderly people choosing to downsize and those who have no choice but to downsize. This proposal, as written, widens the wealth gap in Newton and puts a huge economic burden on those of us who attempt to stay here. Many of our neighbors are immigrants and working families, and you may note that a majority of the immigrants and working people speaking tonight were opposed to this zoning, and they would be displaced by real estate investors if it passes. If you vote for this proposed rezoning, you will be sending a strong message that you care more about people with money than people without it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rains. Next, Janet Sturman, followed by Diane Proente, and maybe Lisa's iPhone again. Please go ahead.
So
Yeah. Janet Sturman. She's unmuted, right? Oh. Sorry, something happened.
are you ready? I'm ready.
Good.
Are you ready?
Please go ahead.
So I wanted to ask you, how many kids need to get hit crossing the street before you slow down the rezoning process? How many more people have to die before you stop putting bicycle lanes on the most heavily traveled roads of Newton? And how many millions of dollars per year in surplus does Newton have to have before you stop pushing us to vote in favor of a property tax override? After listening to multiple zoning committee meetings, the members of the committee have made it abundantly clear how much hard work they've done rewriting Newton's zoning code. What remains unclear are the efforts and results made to include citizens and existing businesses in the effort. From a recent meeting in Nonantum, it was so disappointing to see that John Sisson, Newton's Director of Economic Development, was meeting people in the local retail community for the first time. He had not done his due diligence with our current businesses. Despite hours of consultancies and the late night discussions among one another on the Newton City Council, the overall feeling in Newton is that the public has been thoroughly left out of the city rezoning efforts. The current proposal plans for Newton's villages are too high, too dense, and negate the necessity for adequate parking. Our traffic patterns, as I've heard many people say tonight, are already a mess, and they're getting worse year by year. The zoning reform, as zoning reform moves to a vote before the full council, please do nothing but pass the minimum zoning reform requirements, which is compliant with the MBTA Communities Act. Even with the minimum additional 8,000 plus units, we will already be driving, eating, and sleeping on top of one another. Once we are in compliance with the MBTA Communities Act, you may resume the quest for the ideal village growth scenarios for the village centers and with the input of our residents and existing village businesses. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Sturman. Diane Pruente, you are next.
Hi, my name is Diane Pruente, and I live at 305 Winchester Street. I'm concerned about the lack of planning for the village center overlay districts. We don't have a goal for how many units we want and how we will handle all of the growth we're going to incur in the next several years. It's also premature to do any upzoning until we see and evaluate the results of the MBTA zoning. Newton's requirement is to zone for 8,330 additional units. However, between the rezoning for the state, the VCOD rezoning, the inevitable completion of the rezoning project of the neighborhoods outside of the village centers that we were undertaking before we were interrupted by the MBTA zoning mandate, and the developments that are approved but not yet built, we will have far more than 8,330 rezoned units. The state's requirement of the number of units needed to meet the housing shortage in the greater Boston area is the amount that they think will fulfill the needs of the area. I haven't seen any evidence that Newton will be better off if it exceeds this requirement. I have seen no plan for the increase in population. Although our school population is decreasing now, that will not be the case in several years as more and more projects are completed. Will we have the classroom space for an increased population? Will we need to hire additional teaching staff and administrative school staff? I believe the answer to both of those is yes. We will also need to hire additional police, firefighters, and many more city service people in various capacities. It's the quality of our schools and our services that make Newton the wonderful town it is. I'm afraid that the real estate taxes and the taxes collected from retail spaces will be insufficient to cover the enormous expenses that the city will incur. If we aren't able to raise more taxes, we will have to make cuts to the schools and city services. I haven't seen anything about our plans to avoid problems with the increased needs of our infrastructure and how we plan to pay for them. We need to have specific goals for development and a plan of how to achieve our goals. This is basic good business practice. Again, I feel we should wait for the VCOD plans and put them on hold until we see the results of the MBTA rezoning and evaluate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'll check the online again. Lisa's iPhone, are you with us? I think you took your hand down and put it back up again. Guess not. All right, one more from online has come up, and then I'm going to come back in the room. Barbara?
Hi, my name is Barbara Bix. I live at 98 Eastside Parkway in Newton. And since the beginning, I've been very upset about the fact that we seem to be doing no planning. We have no transit on the north side of the city to speak of. I have a tenant who doesn't have a car, and it takes forever for her to go anywhere. We're planning to become a big city, and I grew up in a big city. I like big cities, but big cities have transit. And that's really all I have to say. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I see Lisa's iPhone has gone away. I'm just not sure. One more call? Okay. Those are all the folks I see online. So I'm going to come back into the room, and these are folks who have spoken before, who wish to speak again. There are 10 of you. Kathleen Correll-Grieser is first.
I'm Kathleen Correll-Grieser, 258 Mill Street. Sorry? Oh, I'm Kathleen Correll-Grieser, 258 Mill Street. I'm speaking about the latest version of the Village Center VCOD plan. Please don't pass it. But since you have a majority and you have the votes and you're going to pass it, regardless of what your constituents think, I encourage everyone here and watching this recording to vote on November 7th for candidates who do care what you think. If you don't know who they are, please contact me and I'll tell you. My name is Kathleen Correll-Grieser. To those of you who are in the majority, I'm speaking to you, just because something has been worked on for years doesn't mean it's worth passing if the majority of your constituents don't want it. It's no secret that extremely wealthy investor groups, companies like Blackstone, and overseas money launderers are buying up houses and land at an unprecedented rate, turning communities into commodities, devouring undervalued property to extract maximum profits via upzoning windfalls with no regard for those who will be displaced. The VCOD plan being pushed by this administration and its majority on the City Council facilitates that kind of property speculation. It prioritizes the profits of investors over the human beings you have been elected to represent. It will lead to the displacement of the small business owners and the low-income residents you say you value. It will put home ownership and transgenerational financial security out of reach of more people. Rather than advocating to alleviate the worst fiscal impacts of the MBTA upzoning requirement, as Brookline has done, the majority on our city council is zoning for thousands more units than the state has required. There's been no transparency about the impacts and no planning to accommodate schools, playing fields, infrastructure, and services for thousands of additional residents and their cars. The vast amount of taxpayer dollars spent on consultants, staff time, and the farce of vision plans and community engagement that have been, as usual, ignored is indicative of the majority's lack of concern for all of us whom you are supposed to represent. Since those of you in the majority are determined to vote through this awful plan and do more upzoning in the next term, residents may determine that they should vote for different candidates for city council, and I hope they do. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Grazer. Okay, folks, let's keep going. Mary Lee Belleville, followed by Howard Rossinoff.
Good evening. Good night. I'm Mary Lee Belleville, 136 Warren Street in Newton Center. I believe that the proposed zoning is predicated on false choices and flawed theories. I believe the VCOD is deeply flawed, and I believe that there are better ways to reach our goals of increased foot traffic to support businesses and more affordable housing. And I'm going to use Newton Center as an example. We're told that the village centers are struggling, but the facts on the ground in Newton Center tell us a very different story. It's never been more vibrant. We're expected to believe that the way to revitalize Newton Center, assuming it needs that, are with 5-story buildings up and down Center, Beacon, Langley, and Union Streets. What happens to the businesses that are there? These proposed buildings can only be built by tearing down what exists now. What is being proposed is a false choice. There are other ways to provide increased foot traffic for our local businesses and increased housing that is truly affordable, that does not involve destroying what exists. Case in point, Newton Center has over 4 acres dedicated exclusively to parking, all of which is single level, most of which is owned by the city. Why isn't Newton doing what other cities like Ann Arbor, Michigan is doing and partner with nonprofit developers to build 100% affordable housing on or above these parking lots? And I'm not talking anything like what we saw at Austin Street, where the property was provided at a ridiculous giveaway lease, and we only got 30% affordable housing out of that. So that's not what I'm talking about. Why is the city peddling trickle-down theory of affordability when they have not been able to point to a single place where unfettered development has led to increased affordability? The theory has no more merit than the trickle-down theory of economics. I've got one more thing I want to say quickly. Why is the city putting so many of our historically significant buildings at risk? Newton Center has 6 properties on the National Registry of Historic Places, including the former library and 2 buildings in Piccadilly Square on Union Street. These properties are being upzoned, and there is no protection beyond the standard demo delay implemented by the Historic Commission. After 18 months, they can be demolished and replaced with 5-story buildings with no special permit. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Belleville. Okay, next is Howard Rossinoff, followed by Kathy Pillsbury.
Thank you. Howard Rosenoff, 9 Vincent Street, West Newton. I oppose the zoning proposal, but I like to listen to other views. One such is that we need rezoning to combat climate change. Well, if we're going to use zoning to help save the planet, then let's start with the parts of Newton that have the largest lots, the largest houses, are the most car-centric, and are the least walkable. The rezoning plan is supposed to encourage use of public transportation, but adjacency to transit and the use of it are 2 very different things. This is not hypothetical. The operators of TRIO had to reallocate money originally designated to subsidize transit passes when demand for them turned out to be considerably lower than expected. Some high school students support rezoning because they want to be able to afford Newton as adults. Newton is a desirable place to live. Because of that, there is competition to live here for those who don't qualify for a subsidy of some kind. It's necessary to pay a premium to do so. The new zoning will encourage new construction in the form of teardowns, renovations, and additions. So now, people wishing to take advantage of the new zoning will have to pay two premiums. The first to live in a popular place, the second for new construction. A better way to accommodate young people would be to leave our naturally affordable housing stock intact. Some clergy members have told us that the proposed rezoning is a moral imperative, but there are other paths that would be more equitable and provide a greater opportunity for new residents to create generational wealth through ownership, either of their own units or of a 2 or 3 family. If there are any counselors or residents, either here in the room or watching online, who are still undecided, use your open minds, get into the weeds of the zoning proposal. If you do that, you may find, as I have, that 1, we don't know where we're going. The city's comprehensive plan has never been updated to specify a goal for dwelling units or population. That should be done first, not last. 2, immense benefits will go to developers, corporate landlords, and allied interests. 3, most Newton workers will continue not to use public transportation. 4, the proposal appears to have been carefully crafted to protect Newton's elite neighborhoods while encouraging urbanization of its more modest ones. 5, any reduction in our carbon footprint will be small compared to what we could do if we really wanted. And finally, most construction will be marketed as rentals rather than for ownership, preventing its residents from building equity in their homes. Thank you.
Thank you. Please stop doing that. Okay, the next person is Kathy Pillsbury. Are you ready to speak? Yield your time to Dan Powdermaker is next. You can both have time, but that's all right. Mr. Powdermaker.
Good evening. I was tempted to use my time to confront some of the negativity that has been and continues to be propagated by some, to point to misinformation that has been and is being spread by people who should know better, to highlight misinformation that is being used to create fear and divisiveness in our city. And I think, I'm not going to do that, but I think that everybody in this room knows that some of the information that's been sent around is just not helping get to the real issues and allowing people to really rationally come down on one side or the other. So I'm going to use the 2 minutes and 20 seconds that are left to note things that I think we can all agree upon. Most people, I believe, think we should adhere to the law, the state law that addresses or is attempting to address the housing shortage in Massachusetts. Most people want some more homes that young people can afford to move into, or rent or buy. Most people want some more homes that older residents who want to stay in Newton, need to downsize, or want to downsize can find.
Please use the mic.
I'm sorry, it's loud to me. Most people say they support efforts to enable some more homes that our teachers, our firemen, our police officers can afford to live in. As you know, the vast majority of them commute to work in Newton, and they commute from other towns. They add to the traffic that we all don't want. And affordability is a big reason for this. Most people want our rules and regulations to incentivize the preservation and reuse of existing houses instead of the replacement of these with giant McMansions and big townhouses. Most people want less traffic. Most people support efforts to help the climate. Most people want vibrant villages with local shops and restaurants that thrive. These are all things I want. This proposal moves the needle on all of these. It's not revolutionary. It's not going to cause all of our villages to be razed and rebuilt, but it will address some of these challenges in a way over the next 25, 50, 75 years just like the 1950s and 1980s zoning rules that are in effect today are still playing out here in 2023. So I support this effort. It supports 3%. It affects 3% of the area in the city, and that includes the villages. It leaves 97% of the city unaffected. I hope you'll all support it, and I hope you'll tell your constituents why. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Powdermaker. Lorraine Samik is next. Are you here? No? Sean Roach is next, followed by Jay Walter.
Sean Roach, 42 Daniel Street. A guy murders his parents, and he's convicted. And at sentencing, he pleads, he falls at the mercy of the court, and he asks, "Please consider my plight. I'm an orphan." I kind of feel that way when I think about this situation we're in. For years, for decades, for generations, we've had incredibly restrictive zoning, which has limited the stock of housing, the supply of housing, and has driven prices up, and has driven the price of land up, and has made it more and more attractive to tear down homes and build larger, more expensive homes. So we created this problem in the first place. And then you listen to people say, well, how far do we have to go to make Newton affordable? How much do we have to build? Well, we probably have to build a lot. We have a lot of time of restrictive zoning to overcome. And frankly, Newton is going to remain more attractive than other communities in the area. And so it may be that we never become a truly affordable community relative to other communities. But we exist in the middle of a housing crisis. We exist in the middle of a climate crisis. And doing nothing is just not an acceptable alternative. So we do what we can. And we do what we can as good global citizens, as good regional citizens, to create more housing. And will it make Newton, can we build enough housing to make Newton affordable? Probably not truly affordable for everybody. We can have an impact, we can make it more affordable, and we can make the region more affordable. And the beauty of the MBTA Communities Law is it obligates the region, not just Newton, but we have to do our fair share and more. I had one other point. I don't love this zoning. I'll be honest with you. I am sympathetic to the folks from Nonantum who said, we don't want more height on Washington Street. You know, why aren't we building behind Washington Street, around Washington Street? And we need to recognize that this is a very careful process of trade-offs, and the trade-off is this plan represents an effort to prevent residential redevelopment. And it's an acceptable trade-off, it's a good plan, and we should fully support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roach. Jay Walter is next, followed by Kia Freeman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Jay Walter of 83 Pembroke Street. First, I'd like to thank the planning board, the planning department, rather. Zach Lamel, Jen Kyra, Barney Heath, you all worked very, very hard and diligently for a very long time. It's been a rough slog. I'd also like to thank ZAP and Chairman Crossley for your efforts through a very difficult process. I think that we need to remind ourselves that we're not the only ones going through this. This is happening all across the country. Communities are trying to change their zoning because we've all been laboring under zoning from the 50s. Antiquated zoning that stifled building multiple housing, that was car-centric, and that encouraged sprawl. Our priorities have changed. We need to change to meet the goals of living today. We need to be more sustainable. We need more diverse housing. And we need to support our local businesses. I support this zoning, and I hope you will too. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Walter. Is Kia Freeman here? Thank you. And the last speaker is Marcia Cooper.
Good evening.
Oh, please put the mic, can you stand closer to it maybe?
Test. Can you hear me now? No?
Okay, lift it up closer to your mouth maybe?
Is that closer? Is that better?
Yes. Okay, please go ahead.
I would like to be heard. Let's see. Can you hear me now?
Better.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Kaya Freeman, and I live on Beacon Street in Newton Center, in between Crescent and Center. Sorry, yes, in between Center and Crescent, and my family has lived there for 20 years. Tonight, the zoning committee representative began this meeting by asserting that we need more people and more investment to achieve vibrant village centers. That assertion is wrong. It reflects a lack of knowledge and appreciation of our city. Although dramatic changes are proposed for Newton Center is a vibrant village center right now. And you heard from a wide variety of people living in Newton and enjoying village centers that in fact Newton is full of vibrant village centers right now. A good plan requires more than good intentions. It requires evidence-based reasons to believe that the planned actions will have the desired results. Evidence as to the predictable effect of the proposed actions could be obtained, but has not been obtained by zoning. And that is the cause of the dispute among the community. The people that you have heard that are most invested in the effect of the zoning proposal, the people who have businesses here, who don't have a lot of extra money, many of them, all of them have told you they believe the proposed zoning will hurt them. Other people who are less invested in the zoning, the impact of zoning, say, you have too much free time to be thinking about this. I don't think I have too much free time. I feel like the zoning proposal is trying to push me out of Newton. I recently received a message from Mayor Fuller promising that 97% of Newton will not be impacted by the zoning proposal. What studies is Mayor Fuller relying on to reach that conclusion? Where is the study of how much the proposed zoning will increase Newton's population?
I'm sorry, you're out of time. Do you have more comments you'd like to submit to us? Please do.
I understand I have that opportunity.
What did you say? Marcia Cooper.
Last but not least, Marcia Cooper, 170 Evelyn Road, Waban. I may speak for maybe 2 minutes. Thanks to Jay, Dan, and Sean. They covered the territory, and I've already spoken. But I want to mention one thing that hasn't been said. You know, when we're talking about businesses that can be impacted, I read in the chamber newsletter that Bigelow Cleaners, the owner, closed after I don't know how many years, and he commented that at first he was very opposed to the village center zoning, and then, is this too loud?
No, go ahead.
And then he realized that if, let's say, Walgreens could have built a few stories above their store, they may not have closed. There would have been more people walking around in the village center, patronizing the restaurants and his business. And so it got me thinking about how there's maybe some businesses who think that they will be impacted negatively, but really, if they give it more thought, if they have more residents living in the village center, obviously their businesses will thrive. One other thing is that my neighbor across the street, I live on Evelyn Road, moved to Cabot Village, and I spoke there recently to them, and we talked a little bit about village center zoning, although I admit I'm no expert, but from what I understand, first I said to people, how many stories are in this building? And no one thought about it. It's a 5-story building, and when I left, I thought, look at the homes around here. People were probably opposed to this development when it was proposed. But you don't drive up to Cabot Village and feel like, oh my God, this is such a big building. I don't know how this building ended up here in Newtonville. There are buildings that were shown early on in the slides that indicate that there are many buildings actually in Newton that are 3 stories, 4 stories, 5 stories, even higher. And you don't drive by and feel a sense of shock or dismay looking at those buildings. You don't even notice them. I think that people very often are afraid of change. And when the new library was proposed, people were adamantly opposed to it. It was going to cause devastation in that neighborhood. Of course, we love the library. When people proposed that we have solar panels and some people are still opposed to them, but I can tell you that in the heat of the sun, oops, I lied. Anyway, people are looking for shade or protection from the rain under those panels, so thank you very much. Really appreciate all the hard work everybody is doing, and we do have more in common, as Dan said.
Ms. Cooper, your 2 minutes was a long 2 minutes, but thank you so much. As people are leaving, the committee is still here. Thank you, everyone. It appears we don't have as many speakers as we might have been anticipating this evening. Any comments from the committee before I ask for a motion to close the public hearing? Seems like people just want to go home.
Motion to close the public hearing.
Yeah. Thank you, Councilor Baker. Members of the committee, all those in favor of closing the public hearing, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Abstentions? That's unanimous. Let me just please go ahead with the planning board, and I just want to say one thing about our calendar.
Chair Crossley?
Yes.
So the planning board did approve a motion to close our public hearing. We're going to take the matter up in our next meeting.
Thank you very much. Members of the committee, we are going back into committee on October 10th. We have another meeting scheduled on the 20-something, and if we need a third meeting, October 30th is up for grabs. I expect that you will think about what everybody said, and you will come prepared to our next meeting to talk about any further amendments you might want to put forward, and I guess that's a wrap. Can I have a motion to hold? All those in favor of hold, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed or abstentions? Thank you very much. Have a good evening.